Try that again.
Starfleet intelligence believes a Zen-kathi attack on an Alliance world could happen very soon. And with their new proto-matter torpedoes, billions of lives could be lost in moments once such an attack begins. We've spotted several Zen-kathi fleet groups on the move in the Alpha Quadrant. I'm assigning you to patrol an area near one of those groups. If they launch a proto-matter attack, I want you in position to put a stop to it.
You got it, Admiral. Just 1 second. You know, I agree. We should have Jim Pock in charge of everything.
Our scouts have found an attack element of the Zen-kathi fleet. We need to know what they're up to. As your ship is the closest, I'm sending you the intercept coordinates. The Rotaran and Core are both en route to assist you at high warp. Good luck.
We just keep warping. It's just... okay. Alright.
The Zen-kathi fleet is in your sector, though their current target is uninhabited. There are many more within range that are not. Losing another planet to their coward's weapon is not acceptable. We will not arrive in time to show them the price of their dishonor. That honor is yours. Teach them well.
Oh, I will. I mean, we've been beating the pants out of the Zen-kathi pretty much ever since they started this conflict. Which makes me wonder why we ever had any issues with them. But then again, I think that about a lot of Federation people, so... or Federation enemies, excuse me. So, whatever.
The threat soon will be eradicated, with or without your help. Keep firing torpedoes until the planet is cleansed!
And cleansed. I suppose that's fair, Caroline Noise. I still spit on them.
Well fought, but it is far from over. Zen-kathi forces have been spotted near your location. Intercept them as soon as you can. We believe their target is a defenseless, inhabited world. The honor of defending it belongs to you. I trust you will not disappoint. Keep this up, and the Zen-kathi will have a nickname for you as well.
I did have a good lunch. Thank you for asking. It was leftovers, but it was good leftovers. I don't know. I didn't even know that was a feature as it is.
This is Captain Kumarke. We're on our way to assist you.
You don't... okay.
Why do you chase us, Alliance? You hinder our great work!
You're trying to wipe out all life on an inhabited planet. What kind of freaking question is that? Why do you hinder us from committing mass genocide? Is that a real question? Are you actually asking me this?
All right. We'll handle the torpedoes while you stop the Zen-kathi.
I'll get some torpedoes too. Oh my god, Hazardous. Why are you trying to stop us? Are you for real?
Kern and I will arrive soon, despite the curses of our chief engineers.
Ah,
If warp cores were as fragile as they say, we would move through space at the speed of a legless targ. In the meantime, the Zen-kathi cowards are targeting another defenseless, inhabited world. You will be that planet's sword and shield. Fight with honor!
Go
God dang
ahead.
it.
We'll secure things here and join you shortly.
Got it, Kamarka. Ugh. Like I'm playing Galactic Whack-A-Mole. So there's a reason I'm not answering you yet, Trithon. I kind of want to wait until what I believe is later in this very episode.
Here, we will not be denied.
No, it's this one. Pretty sure? Because I'm almost positive I know what the next one is.
I'll cover
And I
planetary
know it's not the
defense.
next one. And I also know we haven't gotten there yet. So don't worry, I will address it, but I'm sitting on it for right now.
Captain Parr has defected to the Alliance. She's revealed the next target of the Zen-kathi fleet.
Bajor.
The intel checks out, so every available ship has been called to defend the planet. Even DS-9 is being moved there to assist. The sooner you can get there, the better. Bajor must be defended.
So, the Zen-kathi have set their sights on Bajor. Dishonorable Baktag. I fought and bled many times over DS-9 and Bajor. I would not let them fall to the Dominion, or the Breen, or the Cardassians, and I will not let them fall to the Zen-kathi. Soon we will fight, side by side, in honorable battle. It will be glorious.
Yeah, it's funny how often Bajor just kind of cycles back into the narrative. I like to think it's the Q messing with the prophets. Oh, that's your planet, huh? Poke, poke.
You made it. Good. It would be unfortunate if you missed the glory of battle after all you have endured. Captain LaForge has a briefing for you. Review it and prepare for combat. Long-distance scans show a large Zen-kathi fleet heading our way. They will test us, and we must not be found lacking.
Glad you could make it. We've put together a pretty impressive force to defend the planet from the Zen-kathi. Let's just hope it's enough. Our objective here is straightforward. Protect Bajor at all costs.
By the way, note that Rotaran is an updated bird now. A modern bird.
The time for battle is upon us. Fight well, and with honor. Kapla!
They're launching protomatter torpedoes.
This is Sarish Mina aboard DS-9. Lead the torpedoes to us. Keep those Zen-kathi ships off of us, if you can.
I like that too, Junk Garage. I mean, I think they only did that once ever in the first episode. That's a nice little touch. If you think about it, it makes a degree of sense that a station could do that. It's just, you know, not something you want to do all the time. That's Zen-kathi Hur'q.
It's time the Alliance paid for their interference.
I'm right here, bro. What are you gonna bring? What do you got, huh? What do you got?
It's the Butcher! The Butcher is here!
Yes, I am here. Oh, you mean... no respect. The only time I got respect was 400 years in the future.
Alliance forces, this is Commander Sarish Mina on DS-9. That assault hit us pretty hard. We might not make it through another without some critical repairs. I need some assistance in engineering. I want the station ready to face the next wave of Zen-kathi when they arrive. If you have the hands to spare, we could really use them now.
Here you go.
Repair crews are safely aboard. Thanks for...
Battle stations. The enemy is upon us.
The enemy just warped a starbase in here.
This alliance failed while we prepare to purge Bajor.
It's okay. They need to just kill billions of innocent Bajorans because they found a couple of termites. Okay, I am over-exaggerating slightly, but honestly, only slightly.
It is time to rid the galaxy of the Butcher once and for all. Attack!
Cannot seem to target that frigate. Whatever. I have to. This might be problematic. Yeah, that frigate is inside the starbase. Oh, there we go. Got it. Got it. Oh, jeez. Oh, jeez. Oh, jeez. There we go. Okay, we're okay. We're okay.
The Zen-kathi battle station shields are down. Now's our chance.
There we go.
Beam onto the Zen-kathi battle station and shut down their launch systems. We'll do what we can to keep their fleet busy while you're there.
Yeah, sure thing. I'll shut down the launch systems. Target their launchers. There we go. They're dead. Or blow up the whole starbase. I mean, we got options here.
The unique smells of a Zen-kathi vessel. It's been a while. I can't say I've missed the experience. Looks like we're on the tactical deck. Their weapon controls should be down this hallway. They're on full alert here, so expect a full security presence.
Okay.
Zen-kathi ships are closing! Enemy transports detected! All hands, repel order!
We can try.
All ships! This is General Kern! Fire at will!
No, you're right, Kira White Noise. At least there's a reason to not blow it up other than we don't blow up the bad guys for no reason. They don't say that, but, you know, there is a reason there.
There. Weapons control is in that room, just ahead.
Surprised to see me, Bajor. Let's finish this.
Who are you again?
We have an unwanted guest. Finish him off quickly.
Okay. He was smart. He decided to run away instead of attack me.
Deepest hole I can find, Bajor.
You tried to end me once before. It won't go any better this time. Zenwarum fought well, but he won't be coming back from that. They know we're here. Good. Secure those consoles.
Do it, Junker
One to
Rush.
go. Get to it while you can.
I demand all the ice puns, but only when I use it. You have to watch for it.
Clever. They rerouted their weapons making it into the command deck. We'll have to storm their command deck, the very heart of the beast. We'll need to use one of their transporters to get there. I saw one on our way here. Let's use it and get this over with.
Agreed.
Enemy boarding party spotted near weapons control.
God, like, all of them, Space Cadet? Let's keep in mind, like, even if we somehow weren't good, if we were an evil organization, like just straight up Nazis, they're about to wipe out all life on Bajor, which is an Alliance planet. They're about to do a mass genocide attack on our
Zen-kathi used
planet.
short-range transporters instead of turbolifts.
I am Captain Neff Parr. It was I who alerted the Alliance about the attack on Bajor, and it is I who will fight at your side now. The Admiral must be stopped. We now walk the same path, along with the Butcher of Zen-kathi. This is unexpected. It is a day for unusual alliances, it seems.
Where's the Admiral?
Not far, though I warn you, the way there will be heavily guarded. Expect heavy resistance. Unlike myself, the soldiers here remain steadfast in their loyalty to him. All I ask is that he is given a chance to do the right thing and surrender. Far too many have already died in this madness.
Captain Parr has betrayed us. It's a mutiny.
One person...
Admiral walks the path of madness. He must be stopped.
So I suppose this is a good time as any to answer your question, Shathan.
So much destruction, so many lives lost. It has to end now.
I think the Admiral and this particular fleet are the actual cause of the problem. Let me try to put this in weird terms. I'll use a fictional organization to avoid any politics. You wouldn't blame humanity for the actions of the Brotherhood of Nod, right? But, and I say that very specifically because the Brotherhood of Nod
Zen-kathi forces and fire!
is not just
Zen-kathi
Kane.
forces on attack vectors.
Kane doesn't get
Relentless.
all the blame there. And just like this Admiral doesn't get all the blame.
Path of madness,
This is-
Admiral. It's time to stop.
Captain Parr, I see you walk the path of betrayal with one of our most hated enemies, the Butcher himself. Truly, your depravity knows no bounds. And you, the ever-present thorn between my scales, meddling in my affairs at every turn. Your reckless heroism has endangered trillions. You must be so very proud.
Exactly. Kane is the leader, but people still choose to follow him. So I think this Admiral, Zen-kathi, absolutely gets a huge chunk of blame for being this mass genocidal madman. He's kind of Thanos, if you think about it, just less well-acted and less well-developed. Because he's doing this to stop those weird alien creatures, right? He's purging everywhere where there's one of those, the infestations. He's doing this to try and stop that at any cost. But when he says at any cost, he means it. Catch is, lots of people agree with him. Pretty much everyone who is a part of his fleet clearly either agrees with him or is willing to go along with it enough to be able to push the button to fire the torpedo to kill billions of lives. So, that's my take on it. I would like to think, maybe this is the idealist in me, but I would like to think that there are plenty of Zen-kathi who are not this horrible, you know? Now, you're an idiot, Admiral Zen-kathi. If you had come to us for aid, we could have dealt with this problem from the beginning and not done it in a way that caused the death of billions.
Who in the Alliance would hear us? The Federation? The Klingons? Both are enemies to us. One too compassionate and the other too honorable to end millions in order to save untold trillions.
So yeah, there's his perspective. I couldn't come to you for help because you weren't willing to do this. And that's his shtick. Keep in mind, my whole point is we could have found another solution. But in his mind, there is no other solution. This is why I flat out call him mad, just like Thanos. Thanos was mad. He legitimately was not in his right of mind.
Or perhaps the Romulans? A race clinging to life, trapped in the shadow of their former glory, forever under the boot of their Alliance partners. A warbird with clipped wings. Pathetic! No. To do what must be done, the Zen-kathi were forced to walk that path alone. And thanks to you and others like you, the great doom of the galaxy looms over us all. And I despise you for it.
Alright, the so-called Drensuli.
So little do you know of the threat facing us all, and I lack the time or desire to explain it to you now. I offer you two choices. Stand aside, or stand in defiance and die. What say you?
Your mother.
You and Zen-kathi were my best captains, Ned. Today, I lost both of you.
This crusade is unjust, and the battle is lost. It's over. Stand down now, or we will strike you down without hesitation.
Surrender, Admiral, or fight, if you have the spine for it.
Do you really think the conflict will end here, now? Fools, all of you! Enough! I yield! I yield! How proud you must be. You've saved Bajor and a few more worlds along with it. This will be a cold comfort to you when you lose millions more, of course.
Tell your fleet to stand down.
Computer, open a fleet-wide channel. All hands, this is the Admiral. An armistice has been reached. Effective immediately. Stand down. Enjoy your victory while it lasts. And know this. The time will come when you feckless creatures will see the error of your ways. And I want to be there when it happens. I will relish the look of despair on your pathetic faces. In the meantime, computer, release weapons control to Alliance forces. You can use my command console as you see fit. The station is yours.
So, that's a good time to mention. I think, I mentioned he's mad. I also think that he legitimately has too much vindictiveness and spite in him. He's like, oh, I'm doing this for the greater good. But, no, he actually wants us all to be wiped out now just so he can say, I told you so. That's pretty impressive.
I will ensure the Admiral honors the peace. See to it that your people honor it as well.
Okay.
Alpha team reporting. The command deck is locked down.
This is Beta Team. Commencing operation now.
That was weird. Why did the Klingons beam in, like, as enemies that my people immediately started attacking?
Victory belongs to us! Let's return to our ships and get the necessary reports filed quickly. The Ferengi, who runs the bar on Deep Space Nine, keeps a particular vintage of blood wine in stock for me. And I intend to drain every last drop of his supply. Soon, we will celebrate. For tomorrow, we may die!
Let us eat, drink, and be merry.
Incoming data from planets targeted by the Zen-kathi. Something's happening.
Show us, Lucari! Show us the price of your meddling!
Patching it through.
Impossible. And yet, These ships, like something of legend. They belong to the Hur'q. We must return to our ships immediately. I know them. The greatest enemy to ever challenge the Empire. The Hur'q. So, this is the doom the Zen-kathi speak of. The enemy they'd kill billions to stop.
How many of you recognized the Hur'q when they first showed up? No judgment. They're referenced like, I think 3 times in all of Star Trek. Once in TNG, twice in DS9. They're actually mentioned about 5 times in STO, which mean prior to this, which means STO actually surpasses all of Trek on that front.
The Hur'q are our greatest foe. An enemy that invaded Kronos over 1,000 years ago. No other enemy came so close to ending us, not even the Iconians. For Klingons, they are the monsters of legend. We thought they were extinct. We were fools. There is lore about the Hur'q using caretakers, bred to prepare worlds for the return of their masters. I believe what the Zen-kathi call Dransuli are those creatures. Wherever they were, the Hur'q were there as well, sleeping, waiting to return, to attack. And now, it seems that day has come.
Recommendations?
Recommendations? We fight! There is no honorable alternative. All of our lore tells us that the Hur'q will attack without fear, without hesitation. If Bajor is to survive, we must meet the Hur'q in battle.
So I should probably mention, the Hur'q are relatively simple, but they do have 2 major gimmicks. I mentioned this earlier. We'll kind of talk about those gimmicks as we go here. I think they actually have like 5 gimmicks total, but they have 2 big ones. And those gimmicks, these are probably the second most irritating enemy to fight in the entire game for me. Especially if you are a frontal attacker, like if all your weapons are up front, that's the suckitude. Yeah, ironically, in the ship I'm currently in, most of my weapons are forward-facing. I'm actually deliberately staying in it because I'm curious how I'm going to fare. Good afternoon, exclamation mark. Continuing to hope for good news about getting better, period. Is it at least dying down? Question mark. Yeah, one of the funny things about this is I had switched, prior to this coming out, I'd switched off of my beamboat, which was the full, broadside setup, to something else entirely. I think I was actually running my pilot ship at this point. I switched right back to my beamboat.
Many a Klingon has dreamed of battle with the Hur'q to test themselves as Kalis once did.
So here's the thing about the Hur'q. You see that?
DS9 is under attack.
Killed it in seconds.
This is Captain Nethpar, speaking for the Zen-kathi forces. All ships, target the Dransuli vessels!
Okay, they're not targeting me yet. Don't worry, it'll be really obvious when they start to be dicks about it.
Wake up!
I just realized Ross is going to be really upset. He's missing the DS9 arc.
Abandon ship! Abandon ship!
Okay, there's the first one that does one of their things. You see how that one is right on my tail? They just glue to your aft. Oh, there's another one. And they just sit there and fire into your aft. They can do that in as many packs as they want to. I've seen groups of like 8 or 9 do that before. And let me tell you, 8 or 9 swarmers right on your tail hurts.
We've lost shields. DS9 is taking heavy damage.
DS9 is also, well, yeah, that. You remember how we showed off old DS9 and new DS9? Well,
DS9 has been disabled.
this was their argument for doing the revamp.
This is Martok. Report.
Curlin here.
No, Kurland. Ironically, the current ship I'm on has exactly 2 sources of AoE.
Eject! Do it now!
Just 2. Thankfully, I seem to be doing okay, because I have enough rotation to kind of get them in front of me while they're trailing me.
Alliance forces, this is Captain Neth Parr. A large number of enemy vessels are converging on our position, and we are still defenseless from the previous battle. We need your support so we can safely evacuate. We face a common foe, despite our differences. Can we count on your aid?
Yes, but real quick, I have to mention one other thing. Not only would the jellyfish be hilarious on the Hur'q, but this is specifically the exact point in time at which I realized how useful Gravity Well is. And I started including it in almost all my builds up until very recently, this year in fact.
Comms are back, but nearly everything else is offline here.
I mean, you look like a mess. Look what happened to that upper pylon. Look at that. I mean, it's hard to see against the space, so... There you go. Now you can see what happened to the upper
All
pylon.
Alliance forces. The Enterprise is here to help.
I feel bad about how much I'm stomping these, actually. First time I did this mission, I died. Just straight up. I will say this.
They're hard to hit.
Unlike many of the other forces that you fight in this game, the Hur'q are certainly irritating and difficult, but I feel like they're actually well balanced. They actually have detriments that balance out their positives. In fact,
General Martok, we will await you in Stovokor.
I'm not even sure I can think of many other factions that are as well balanced as these ones are. Yeah, if you let them swarm, you're dead. But you can stay ahead of it, and you can outmaneuver them. And there's ways to bypass the other stuff they're doing. Almost all we're seeing here is the swarming stuff. There's a couple other tricks they have up their sleeves, which we'll probably show off, because we're going to be fighting the Hur'q a lot.
I'm putting up quite a fight.
Most of us evacuated, but the Admiral is still on board. Return to Zen-kathi. Be the traitor with their new allies. No! We must fight the Transuli! Cowards! I am unarmed and request sanctuary on DS9. Permission to come aboard.
Granted. A security escort will meet you at the dock.
Ironically, I'm also pretty fond of Swarm,
I will cooperate to my fullest extent.
the TFO. No, Sarura.
Singularity breach! Singularity breach!
Fight to the end! For the Hur'q! For Zen-kathi!
What are y'all dying to? I've killed everything here. God, I am stomping. Jeez Louise.
Just a moment. We're picking up something here. Looks like the wormhole is opening.
Is it the Dominion?
Can't get a clear reading. Our sensor arrays are pretty banged up over here. Frankly, we have bigger concerns. We're in danger of being overrun by the Hur'q, and if we fall, Bajor is next.
Red alert, even though we've been at red alert for several minutes now.
Kalis didn't have the Dominion to deal with when he battled the Hur'q. This complicates matters.
Slow down those Hur'q ships. They're much easier to hit that way.
That's another thing. You could tractor them. You can use some of the AoE slows. There are ways to bypass the Hur'q. Yeah, Kalis didn't have a Q wandering around helping him out. He had to make do.
will hold breaches. Engineering deck.
I mean, not that many more attacks yet.
Dominion ships incoming. Are they attacking?
They are. But not us.
Dominion vessels, commence attack on the Hur'q. And remember, victory is life.
Remember her?
What? The Dominion is on our side?
She's from the 2800. Sort of. You know how Vorta are.
Target the Hur'q forces and fire!
I like the Hur'q for reasons I can't go into, but as I already mentioned, I also like the Hur'q because I like fighting them. Even on ground, they're actually pretty fun. Oh, there goes the Zen-kathi station. Probably good riddance, if we're being honest. I like this little counter showing how many ships you've destroyed, just to get across the idea. If you're paying attention, by the way, we're only fighting one type of ship here, swarmers. Spoilers, there are other type of Hur'q ships.
Grethor is littered with souls that felt fear when facing the Hur'q in battle.
I mean, there's still plenty of debris flying in. They're fine, they're fine. Start shoving Zen-kathi corpses into the bulkheads, you know, reinforce them.
Alliance forces, I am Loris 4. I bring you greetings from the Founders. While it should be quite evident that we come to you in peace, I understand that my predecessor was a source of discord during her time here. Trust is important, so please, allow me to return the Alliance personnel we recovered from the battle station before it exploded, as a gesture of good faith.
Thank you. What brings you here?
As always, I live to serve the Founders. I realize the concept of such a selfless existence is often challenging to those in the Alliance, but it really is my only goal in life. As to our presence here, the fleet has traveled here today to bring you a message, but it is not for me to deliver.
And who's going to deliver it?
We have to talk.
I know that changeling. He's called Odo. He used to run security for DS9. And now he's here, in command of a Dominion fleet. Impressive entrance. Whatever this is about, it isn't a matter to be taken lightly. If Odo has something to say, it would be foolish not to listen. The return of both the Dominion and the Hur'q is no coincidence. I suspect we'll be seeing each other again very soon.
And that was a cliffhanger for quite a while. Not like a huge chunk of time, but that was a hell of a huh? Until, of course, the next expansion came out. Victory is life. Oh, sorry.
What could have led the Zen-kathi to attack Bajor? We've found no signs of the crystal eggs they've targeted in previous attacks. Perhaps it was meant to distract us while they pursued their mad crusade elsewhere. Well, unfortunately, that's just the first of our problems. The return of the Hur'q is cause enough for concern, but the return of the Dominion? That's another matter entirely. While the presence of Odo is reassuring, I've learned the hard way not to take any overtures from the Founders lightly. President Oakeg and the Council are sending envoys to DS9 to get to the bottom of this. We've enjoyed peace with the Dominion for some time now. If that's in danger, I want to know about it.
Hey, PB Good Fate. Thank you. So, before we begin the next arc, we're actually going to make a new character for the first time in quite a while. But I think we need to give out some positives first. So just to clarify, because I want to be clear with my speech, my terminology. When I say that was a hell of a wait, I don't mean it was that long. I mean it felt that long. That was the wait in between Best of Both Worlds Part 1 and 2, right? It was only a couple months. Like, actually, I think it was only like a month and a half, something like that. Whatever. Point being, it wasn't that long, really. It was that long because, oh my god! Yeah, it felt like forever. Just forever. Do we, Harriet? Yeah, we'll find out in 5 seconds. I don't know, all this stuff I'm just kind of making up as I go at this point. Oh, you're right. Sorry, I thought we were actually there already.
Captain Neth Parr has turned herself in to authorities at Deep Space Nine. She's the Zen-kathi officer who delivered vital military intelligence to the Alliance prior to the assault on Bajor. Captain Parr is now actively seeking asylum and claims to have more tactical information for us. I'd like you to debrief the captain and determine the nature of this new information, if possible.
Yeah, sorry, I actually forgot about this mission because historically speaking, I had a really weird bug with this mission, so I didn't do this mission until I did it on stream. Because it wouldn't play properly. So I have a tendency to kind of forget it even exists.
Welcome to Deep Space Nine. The Chief told me to expect you. The Zen-kathi officer is in the far room at the back. A Starfleet captain is speaking to her.
Well, go chat with him. It's around center row. Or row center, excuse me. Did that happen on stream too? I don't remember. So I should probably mention we're past the Star Trek Online lore run at this point. We've surpassed it. We did a completely separate run covering the Victory is Life expansion, but pretty soon we're kind of getting to stuff we haven't really covered on stream yet. So,
good to see you again. Tensions are running pretty high where the Zen-kathi are concerned, but Captain Parr has gone through a lot to help the Alliance. She deserves a fair shake.
Oh yeah, that's what they look like without the battle armor on their backs.
We keep meeting under less than ideal conditions.
How are you in the brig?
The Chief of Security thought it was a prudent measure. Technically, I am under protected custody until the Alliance decides what to do with me. I cannot fault this decision. Our military has much to answer for, myself included. There are many who might see a Zen-kathi face and decide to seek vengeance.
Come on out. Boop. I said boop! Don't make me snap my fingers.
Thank you. Far too many lives have been lost in this crusade, so I'm glad the tactical data I provided helped to save some.
That is an understatement.
No longer. I renounced the title of captain after committing mutiny. Part of the price I paid to save those lives today. Let's move on. I have more information for the Alliance.
Oh, shoot.
I presume you are here to collect it.
Oh, shoot, I'm sorry. Jesse Ward donated earlier. And part of my brain logged it, but we were kind of in the middle of a lot of stuff. So I didn't actually circle back to that. So, thank you, Jesse Ward, very, very much. If you're still there and know what you want to put that towards, please let me know. It's not on my feed, archive, thing that lets me see what's happened. My God, what's the word for that? Log. It's not in my log. Sorry, that was really bothering me. It's such a dumb word. I couldn't think of the name of it. And thank you, PB Good Fate. It's always something dumb, right? It's always something so simple and stupid. I admit the heat's getting to me too. In fact, you know what? I don't want to have a frazzle brain when we're covering the DS9 arc, the Gamma arc. So we're gonna go ahead, shuffle this over here, kind of drape that like that. And we're just gonna no. So thank you very, very much, PB Good Fate. I do appreciate you muchly. Thank you. I will put that towards dealer's choice. Give me a second. Okay.
Are you ready to hear my story?
So, STO hasn't done this much, and most of the time it did it, it sucked at it. You ready for them to actually do it properly for once?
It began on my first mission as captain. I remember it clearly. Captain's log, mission cycle 132. We have arrived at System 91, local designation Hur'q. Admiral Zen-kathi prepares to conduct Dransuli cleansing operations. Our tactical reports indicate minimal threat from the locals. This should be another egg run.
Captain Parr, we are receiving an incoming transmission from Admiral Zen-kathi.
On the ground? Yes. In space? No. You got it, Jesse Ward. One moment. White Knight Chronicles 2. Let's do it.
Let's not keep the Admiral waiting, Ensign. Put him on screen.
The planet Hur'q. Scans show it to be filthy with the eggs of the hatred Dransuli. Their defenses are generally inferior, but their fleet could be dangerous in large numbers. While our ground squad prepares the weapon, we will ensure that no ship leaves this system. If one ship with one egg escapes, the contagion spreads. That is not acceptable.
Which isn't how that works. I mean, even the Zerg swarm, if one Zergling gets out, nobody cares, because it's just a Zergling.
I know this is your first mission as Captain Neth. Don't let your excitement distract you from the task at hand. Stay alert!
Of course, Admiral. We're prepared to enforce containment protocol as ordered, sir.
See to it that you do, Captain. Zen-kathi out. Yoki fleet on intercept course. Eliminate them. All Yoki ships are free. Destroy them.
Now, they do something very important here. First of all, thank you, Papa Neeks. I am glad you're liking. One of the biggest mistakes that World of Warcraft made all the way back in Wrath of the Lich King was they invented cool, interesting, fun ideas that were irritating and or boring to play. Precisely because they went out of their way to make them, you know, enemies have too much HP, or you had to kill too many enemies, or whatever. They padded it out, right? And it took something that should have been awesome and made it crap. A hyper-fail moment, if you will. They learned their lesson here, and by they, I mean, obviously, these aren't the people who worked a while, but you'll notice we're effectively one-shotting these.
Spare us, please!
Just smashing everything.
Comms, Captain. Ignore them and follow protocol.
Just smashing.
Stop! We're civilians! There's children here!
Listen, we have platinum. It's all yours if you let us go. You're about to blow up a fortune here. Be reasonable.
We're a hospital ship. We're not a threat. Scan us. We have no weapons. Just sick and injured people.
Please note, these people don't know why they're being attacked. Because Zen-kathi. Yeah, this is actually one of my favorite missions of this particular arc. Which I'm going to be saying a lot over the next hour or two.
To safety. The proto-matter bomb Since this is your first mission, I'm granting you the honor of detonating the weapon. Get into position when you're ready.
Yes, as you wish, Admiral. Par out.
You notice they even bother to, give us a built-in excuse to not be as loyal as everybody else. We're new.
Command is a difficult path to walk at times, Captain. Yet you performed your duties well. It will reflect in my next report to the Autarch. I have seen great promise in you today. Faithful service to the Coalition is well rewarded. Don't forget that.
That's a pity, Flaghand. I personally don't think this is too dark. In fact, I would say this is just about dark enough.
Thank you, sir. I will not forget today's events for a long time, if ever.
But whatever. People gotta people.
That mission took a toll upon me and my crew. To eradicate the Dranzuli was one thing. The eradication of innocent Ioki was another. Despite my personal feelings, I remained a loyal officer. Things would change under Cronus 3. I led the Protomatter bomb squad myself.
Agreed, Peepy Good Fate. You can't just be dark. That's not enough. That's not good enough.
Draconis 3 is a primitive, pre-industrial backwater planet. There is a large infestation. You know what to do, Captain. And Neff, keep your guard up down there. We think the target site is a temple. If that's so, the local savages may try to stop you. Feel free to discourage them. Aggressively, if necessary.
Our firepower should discourage them, Admiral. They shouldn't pose much of a threat to the mission.
We're good to go here. The weapon's in the green. Protomatter Matrix is stable and primed. The Admiral wants us to deploy the bomb in the largest concentration of Dranzuli eggs. Looks like that's in some type of structure ahead, not far from here. Ready to go when you are, Captain.
All right, let's move out. Keep an eye out for the locals and make sure the weapon is protected. No more lucky shots like Vernonin 4, okay? The Admiral roared at me for a 10 cycle over that.
So we only have 3 abilities, but they all hit like a truck.
50 credits says Tashan drops the bomb. Again. Oh, I'll take that bet. I'm standing right here, you know.
Animations are still having issues, like they do.
This pillar points down the road to that primitive structure.
Yeah, I'm honestly impressed they managed to do this, really. And again, they make us overpowered, which they should. For something like this.
Where we put it, the whole planet gets scoured. Ask the Admiral. I'm sure he'd just love to tell you. You know, after giving you a year of latrine duty. Both of you, shut it. We got a job to do here. Yes, sir. Sorry, Lieutenant. Just stay disciplined. Remember what happened on Hatari.
Yeah, it's funny. I have absolutely no problem. Oh, I noticed that, Gerwinos. I have no problem, you know, pointing out the flaws in this game and giving it negatives. But I really do have to credit the developers for how much they managed to duct tape together. Like, it's legitimately impressive. But yes, in case it isn't blindingly obvious, this is the planet we explored with Kumarke. Not too long ago. Yesterday, I believe. Even in lore, it's probably only been like a week. Yeah, exactly. That's how it usually is. In space travel, most of it's probably just straight up travel.
Captain, Transuli signatures are most concentrated here.
Yeah, look at it. Oh, for God's sakes.
This looks like a prime detonation site, Captain. We'll get the weapon placed and ready to go. This won't take long. Who's on Overwatch while we deploy the bomb?
That'll be me. Get the weapon ready. I'll make sure you aren't interrupted.
Look at this picture. There's a Vulcan in it. Mammals all look the same to me. You know, they probably say the same about us, right? I don't look anything like you. I'm actually good looking. Status report, Captain. Have you breached the structure yet?
Yes, sir. We found something interesting as well. Transmitting data now.
Starfleet. Interesting. Your scans indicate that image is centuries old. More Federation time travel nonsense, perhaps. Proceed with your mission, Captain. We don't have time for archaeology. Is that the door closing? Hey! We're still in here! Captain!
I mean, if you think about it, the Federation does way too much time travel. They probably have a rep, you know?
Bomb placement complete. Priming for detonation, now.
There's a temporal prime directive? Wow. What a cool things are they coming up these days.
Bomb squad reporting. Need to stabilize the proto-matrix here.
You know what's really sad is these people are just fighting some unknown alien monsters who are attacking a temple of theirs. Not even realizing that if they had actually... Not that they ever could have. But if they had somehow succeeded in stopping us, they might have been able to save their entire planet. Oh, that's not true. They just sent another ship. But I guess my point is it's weird.
But we're stuck in here. Transporters can't lock on.
That these people are actually not fighting for their survival when they're about to be extinguished. Yes is the answer, PB Goodfaith. Trek bounces around all three types.
A large number of life signs massing near your location, Captain. A large assault is imminent. Is the weapon ready to deploy?
In moments, sir, but my men are still trapped in the structure. Transporters can't lock onto their signals.
Unfortunate, but we don't have time to extract them. We've received a priority assignment from the Autarch himself. We must depart at once. Prepare for transport.
Here's a random question. Do you think the Autarch is also complicit in all this? Or do you think the Admiral's making it all up?
Sir, give us a little more time. Beam an engineering team down. We can break into the structure with explosives.
You have your orders, Captain. Your men are acceptable losses, as are you. Would you like to join them?
No, sir. I would not.
And there's the direct threat of death. Abandon your troops to their death or I'll kill you too. No hyperbole there, no nothing, just straight to the gun. Greetings from beautiful genocide. Wait. Game. That's... Damn it, Sarura. Alright, wipe out all life on Ryza. I guess. Hi, Ross. You're actually not going to miss the DS9 expansion. Who knew? I figured you were going to miss it all. Although you missed the big moment, so... doesn't speed up soon. I'm going to go in Alt F4. Because we might have... Yeah, you missed Martok and Kern. Because, you know, that's a... Okay, no. Yep, okay. So... It's okay, you haven't missed everything. You just missed Odo. And I mean, does anybody even care about Odo, honestly?
Sir. No, sir. I would not. I left those men to die. And for what? So the Admiral could reach his next genocide on time. It was madness.
So there were no evacuation plans? No rescue efforts?
None. The Autarch's orders were quite clear on those matters, and the Admiral was all too willing to execute those orders. When we reached the Atosi system, it had become clear. Our crusade was not a just one.
Atosi Prime. Long-distance scans suggested the presence of Dratsuli infestation, but we'll need to be certain. Standard operating procedure, Captain. Begin by conducting a scan of the planet.
Yes, sir. Let's hope this was a false alarm.
This is Counselor Hale Atunum. I speak for the Atosi people. We know of you, Zen-kathi, and your purpose here. If you scan our planet, you'll discover that it is free of the bioform objects you seek to destroy. A scan of our moon will reveal the presence of those objects in totality. When we heard the fate of other worlds like ours, we collected the objects and placed them there for you. Scour the moon as you will. It is devoid of life. Atosi Prime, however, is not. Over 4 billion souls dwell here. In their name, I ask you now, spare our world. Spare our lives.
Captain, confirm the Councilor's story. Scan both planet and moon. Verify the location of the Transuliates. We've been lied to before, and at great cost. I won't be deceived here today. No signs of infestation, Captain. Shall we scan the moon next?
Yes. Helm, set a course for the Atosi moon.
Captain, I'm reading a large concentration of Transuli eggs on the Atosi moon.
Very well. Prepare the torpedo launcher.
As you can see, we have been truthful.
Well, we're good. Move on to the next system.
Captain, return to the planet and conduct a deep scan. I want to be absolutely certain there is no remaining infestation within this system.
As you wish, Admiral.
Report, Captain. I'm picking up low-level signs of infestation across the planet. Are you as well?
Negative, Admiral. I believe the Atosi were being truthful here. There's no sign of Transuli infestation on our sensors.
It could be residual traces left behind when they move the eggs. Or it could be shielded pockets of infestation. Another crude attempt to deceive us. We must be certain, Captain. Prepare to scour Atosi Prime.
Yeah, so this is pretty much exactly the time at which it becomes very clear that this guy's a genocidal madman. Like I said earlier, Thanos. It's not like Thanos didn't have a point. It's not like he wasn't incorrect. He was just deciding, I need to cross the street. So the first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to invent these giant mechanical arms that are going to grab the other side of the street and drag it across the asphalt, destroying plumbing and power lines and killing hundreds as I drag it over here, and then I'll be on the other side of the street.
Sir, with all due respect, Atosi Prime is not a threat to us. There's no need for this.
There is every need, Captain. Since you appear to be incapable of following my orders, I will deal with Atosi Prime myself. Tactical, prepare to fire a protomatter torpedo at Atosi Prime.
Oh, comic book Thanos is stupid, so it's whatever. I mean, Thanos copter.
Admiral, no. Don't do this, sir.
No, we're not a threat. We're not...
Goodbye. 4 billion people.
I could stomach no more after that. I could no longer walk upon the path of madness. My crew felt the same. Together, we began to walk a new path.
It is done. In light of your service to the Autarch and the Coalition, I will not have you shot for treason. If it were anyone else, be warned. The next time you see fit to walk the path of disobedience, I will not stay my hand. I'll see to it that your entire lineage is purged from existence to the last scale and egg. Do I make myself clear?
So let's go ahead and get this out of the way. Admiral Zen-kathi is a negative to story. Now, I'm going to really make this point later. I'm going to jot it down as a hypothetical right now. But the problem is, he's a bad guy. No, that's it. That's his character. He threatens to extinguish our entire lineage and genetic line for the crime of questioning him on wiping out 4 billion innocent lives who had done what he asked. Now, there is another layer to this, and again, we'll get there later, but the point is, everything that Sarur is bringing up isn't brought up by the game at all. All of the things that could be mentioned here, all the things that could make this a dilemma, or gray, or difficult, aren't present. He is the bad guy. The end. And it is actually to the detriment of the overall story, especially given something that's going to happen later.
Yes, you do, sir. Helm, get us out of here.
To beautiful Ryza. I mean, I said this earlier. He actually was totally cool with effectively the galaxy being wiped out, so he could get to say, I told you so.
Admiral Zen-kathi has a lot to answer for. We can only hope the Zen-kathi crusade has come to an end at last and that nothing like this ever happens again.
We do have other problems, though.
That path, that choice, led me to where we are now. Walking it ultimately gave me the strength to stand against the Admiral and defect to the Alliance. I think we can both agree that journey has reached its end. From this point forward, I begin to walk along the path of atonement. That journey will never end for me, but I will help as many as I can with every step I take. Thank you. I hope your superiors have the same opinion as well. As long as the Autarch lives, he will continue to pursue his insane crusade. I believe I can be of use to the Alliance when the time comes to stop him, once and for all. I shall abide by their decision, until our paths merge once more.
It sounds like Captain Parr has had some harrowing experiences out there. It's clear that the Autarch is dedicated to wiping out every last threat to the Zen-kathi by any means necessary. Disturbing. Alliance officials will be reviewing the Captain's request for asylum soon. The help she's given us, and your report, will go a long way toward the approval of that request.
Okay, damn. Now, being interrupted. Who wants to be a Jem'Hadar? And who wants to be a Jem'Hadar ship? So you have to say person or ship, depending on what you want to do. 6 months in the New Zealand beautiful countryside. No! New character. Oh, I will. I'll make it work. I'll make it work. So, Jem'Hadar. Choose species. Jem'Hadar. Tactical, as if there's anything else. Appearance. Don't all Jem'Hadar look the same? Actually, I kind of like that one. Alright, so... let's see... well, the only one who wants to be the actual Jem'Hadar is Reggie, so... Reggie Brock. And will be, instead of the 5563877-2... we'll go with Yadavile. We'll combine the two of you there. Meanwhile, about 20 minutes ago.
You are my most trusted soldiers. We can't defeat the enemy alone. We'll need the help of old friends and old enemies. We can't win through force of arms. Deception, stealth, and misdirection will help us stay alive. We will use any means necessary to defeat this enemy. Always remember, victory is life.
I admit, a really horrible part of me is glad we got Rene Aubergenois one last time for Odo. Like, that's so selfish, and I know it. What's really messed up is he just knocks it out of the park, this whole expansion, too. He nails it.
Several containment cells at this penal installation have been breached. A number of prisoners are attempting to escape. Their likely destination is the shuttle facility and landing area.
Oh, no, absolutely. Like, you could tell how Odo... In fact, I'm going to give that thing a plus. Absolutely. Oh, jeez. Okay, so yeah, you may notice... we're level 60, excuse me. We start off at 60 as a Jem'Hadar. You'll see, Trihexia. Although, actually, okay, so Trihexia, hang on. I'm not going to say you'll see, although you will see. Trihexia asks a valid question. How could we possibly be threatened by the Hur'q after defeating the Iconians? Because we didn't defeat the Iconians. The Iconians pasted us. We lost so much from the Iconians. Remember, in lore, that was less than a year ago. Imagine being the Soviet Union, who just finished World War II, and then a couple of months later, World War III starts. And that's kind of where we're at. I legitimately believe the Alliance at its height could handle the Hur'q threat. I do. But the Alliance isn't at its height. The Alliance got the snot kicked out of it. Just... And that's been that, right? No, you're absolutely right, Reggie. The Iconians took a chunk out of the galaxy. Just absolutely monstrous chunk out. No one else has ever done that level of conflict or... conflict. Well, I mean, conflict is valid. And that level of conflict and that level of damage. That's why we needed to call in the other big power. The other big galactic power. That isn't the Borg. And that's the friggin' Dominion. The Undine? They didn't manage to do that much, to be completely honest. We were managing the Undine, even in lore. Oh, it's Cardassian slimes. My least favorite kind of slime. Hello. There we go. Okay, I gotta figure out my... What do we got here? What do we got here? Yeah, exactly.
They found us! Get up! Run!
Yeah, unfortunately, the Iconians, among the other things they did, really messed with our ability to deal with everything afterwards.
Well done. You drove the escapees into our fortified position. Victory is life. Our guard unit was decimated during the breakout. We should form a new squad and deal with the remaining escapees. The honor of leadership should be yours.
Yeah, no, Junk Garrosh is absolutely right. We never beat the Borg. We never beat the Iconians. I honestly hope that someday they do a proper Borg arc, because they never have. They dipped their toes into it. I talked about it during the lore run with the Cooperative. But they never actually did a Borg story arc. Not really.
More escapees ahead. They have yet to detect our presence. I recommend we keep it that way.
Agreed. Everyone shroud, which is one of these buttons. Surely one of these buttons is shroud. Where the hell's the shroud? But what color of icon is the shroud? Oh god. Is it not here? Seriously? Oh, there it is. There it is.
Excellent. Now you can make a surprise assault.
You can tell I shroud all the time on my Gemidar. I'm pretty sure I don't even have it on my bar, actually. My Gemidar's, you know, max level, and I maxed out my
We should
carrier.
keep moving.
Gotta murder some Romulan scum. That's true, we never really beat the Dominion either. That's valid.
An additional dose of Ketracel White provides a temporary boost.
Boss, we got incoming. That shuttle ready yet?
Believe it or not, no.
A large number of prisoners are escaping the facility and heading your way. Stop them.
I mean, in fairness, if the Founder's head died, that would have been the end of the Dominion. Right there. Bam. They didn't, of course, so now we have another problem. Depending on which map you look at, yes, the Borg have a huge amount of Borg space.
I have seen enough. Computer, end program. Remember, victory is life.
By the way, you're going to hear that phrase a lot during the expansion, whose name is Victorious Life.
Your leadership skills are sound. I am Iko Ixtan, and I would be honored to follow you in battle. I offer my service to your unit.
You fight well. I see now why the Honored Elder chose you for this duty. I am Rem Taral. It would be good to serve under your command. I offer my services to you and your unit.
Your offer is accepted. Victory is life.
A well-executed operation. You showed initiative and inspired others to follow your lead and achieve success. Your promotion to first is all but assured. All that remains is confirmation from the Vorta commander. I will take you to him now. Follow me.
Yeah, this is very Odo. The previous Dominion... Little lag. The previous Dominion would never have even bothered with something like using a holodeck. They would have just tossed him out, and whoever lives is good. Yeah, don't play the drinking game for Victory's Life. Even if it's water, you can drink too much water.
Take this turbo lift to the bridge. You are to speak to the Vorta known as Wayun. He awaits you there, along with his adjutant, Loris, and a founder. I trust you appreciate the need to report to the lead Vorta as soon as possible. He is not the only one evaluating you.
Of course, Honored Elder. And yeah, I was going to hold off on this until they mention it, but that guy right there, Decon Rex, that's the kid from Deep Space Nine. The one that Odo kind of bonded with and then sent back through the wormhole. I don't believe they named him in the show, but...
Prepare the fleet. We need to reach the Bajor system as soon as possible.
Of course, Founder. We'll be ready for transit within the hour. Welcome. Honored Elder Dukan Rex speaks quite highly of you. And after evaluating your latest performance, I can see the praise is well earned. I'm pleased to inform you that the Founders have chosen to bestow the rank of First upon you. May you continue to serve them well.
Yeah, we're probably going to get some... You remember how the Delta arc had a lot of character pluses? We might get a few during this one, too.
I would expect no less. One more thing. The Founders, in their wisdom, have also granted you the right to report directly to them when necessary. To speak to your gods is quite an honor. Unexpected, perhaps, but we live in most unusual times.
Indeed.
The Founders will contact you when they have need of your skills. In the meantime, I suggest you prepare yourself, your unit, and your ship for service. Speak with my adjutant, Loris 4. She'll help you prepare for the challenges ahead in the Alpha Quadrant. Remember, victory is life.
Victory is... Hold on. Wait, hang on. Victory is... Oh, I know, right, Kira White Noise? Odo could turn the Dominion into a well-oiled machine.
Greetings, and congratulations on your promotion.
And does.
I am Loris 4. I will help you maximize your efforts to bring glory to the Founders. Head to the requisitions room across the hall. Someone will assist you. While you're there, you may also wish to acquire a different vessel or switch the ship you'll command. Each ship requires certain bridge officers to function efficiently. Be certain you have the officers you need before heading out. Report to Wayun when you are ready to depart. He will distribute the Ketracel White for your unit at that time.
Okay.
Exit the way you came in. Turn right, then head left and enter requisitions.
Weird admission. I enjoy the color aesthetics of the Dominion. It's a weird color combo that you wouldn't think works. It's a dull gray, specifically like a slate or marble gray, combined with a really bright but still deeper, more on the blue spectrum purple. It's a combo that if you just said it to me out loud, I would be like, that doesn't work. But you can see it right there, and it works quite well, and it's very distinct. It is very Decepticon, yeah, now that I think about it. Let's see, what can I have here? Oh, that's right. I can have my ship. I'll take my ship, please. And this was the, oh, what do we call this thing? Hang on. The Yada Vial. That's it, the Yada Vial. Yeah, we'll split those up. There we go. So let's switch to the other yacht. We could run around in a bug, but I mean, honestly, no. I'll take my ship, thank you. I mean, the bug's a perfectly good ship. Back in the day, it was the best ship in the game. But, no.
Are you prepared for combat? The Founder has ordered the fleet to battle stations. We will depart as soon as you are ready.
I'm not ready yet. Okay. I guess I'm ready. Yeah, no, the bug I'm talking about, the bug, was an old tier 5 you got from a lockbox that nobody had and everybody wanted. You could get it on the auction house for a bajillion credits.
Can you vouch for the loyalty of your men?
We pledge our loyalty to the Founders from now until death.
Then receive this reward from the Founders. May it keep you strong.
Notice they still use Kitracel White.
We're detecting a number of derelict vessels ahead on sensors. It looks like they ran afoul of some Idran swarmers. How unfortunate. I believe this will be a teachable moment for our newly promoted first. Loris?
Yeah, hang on. I need to fix this bar. God, what is this bar you've given me? What is this nonsense? Get this crap off my bar. Get it out, yeah. Oh my gosh. Alright, where's... Really? Okay. Not the build I would have gone for, but I mean, what the hell do I know? Get rid of that. Get rid of ramming speed. Don't need that on the bar at all. Or that. Those over there. And then I need... Where's the other one? Sorry, give me just a sec here. That should be good-ish. Let's go ahead and toss this here. And let's put these down here. And we'll do this. Get rid of that, actually. Yeah, we'll put that there. That should be good. That should be good. Okay. Let's, just in case.
I agree, of course. First, I'd like you to move ahead of the fleet and eliminate the swarmers. Take out the derelict vessels as well. They'll attract more vermin otherwise.
It shall be done. What's my weapon loadout? As usual, I have terrible weapons. That's okay. It's probably enough. I do love how the first time we see a Gem Hunter fleet over here, it's actually a relatively large fleet. I think I've mentioned this before, but one of the things they started doing was... I don't know how they did this. So, maybe they updated the engine, maybe they figured out a new way to code things or optimize things. But they started doing larger groups of ships in one specific battle. Ironically, this is the exact same thing that Star Trek itself went through. Back in the day, a fleet was like 2 or 3 ships, because it was just too expensive to get that many models recorded at the same time.
Clever. Eliminate them.
And then they had, you know, the larger fleet, and so forth and so on, until they got to the DS9 huge fleets. Same thing here. That may not seem like a large fleet, but that's much bigger than most of the stuff we tend to see. And that's on top of all the swarmers. Drink is life. I like it. Alright, let's do this when we're here. One nice thing about playing this ship for a bit, we'll get some Polaron weapons. And I like Polaron weapons. They look cool. That's the reason I used Polaron for so long. Yeah, the fleet they sent after the Tal Shiar And Obsidian Order was just 150 ships. It was a hell of a sea change for Trek, because that was a huge fleet for Trek. But still, dwarfed by later stuff. Oh, it is Kira White Noise. It's not like Phaser, which there's everything. Or even Disruptor, or Plasma for that matter. Now, Tetrion. I've never seen a really good Tetrion set. I'm not saying there isn't one. I'm just saying I haven't seen one. Wolf 359 was 38 ships, something like that.
Do you require assistance?
All
No.
ships, gather near the wormhole entrance.
Have faith, Weyoun. Our new first will surely prevail.
Damn right I will. Do you see my ship that I'm good at? God damn it. Hang on.
All ships, prepare for transit to the Alpha Quadrant. Is your vessel ready for the journey after your encounter with the swarmers?
We are ready.
As of this moment, we are all dead. We go into battle to reclaim our lives. This we do gladly, for we are Jemadar. Remember, victory is life.
Victory is drink. I also love the brutish look of Jem'Hadar ships. It's not quite, what do they call that? Severe architecture? No, that's not right. What's that called? Brutalism. It's not quite brutalism, but it's leaning that way.
I have a task I'd like you to handle personally.
Of course, Founder.
There's a Zen-kathi battle station in this sector. It's heavily damaged and in danger of being destroyed in combat. I need you to extract a high-value target from it before that happens. The fleet will clear a path for you to the station. You will then beam down with an away team and escort Zen-kathi Admiral Zen-Tarak to safety. Understood.
This complicates matters.
I will make our intentions clear to the Alliance before they open fire on us.
What? The Dominion is on our side?
Yeah, their ships don't look fragile. Their ships look bulky. Even the little bugs do. They're just, you know, fighters, effectively. See you around, Jesse Ward. Have a good one. Yeah, you notice this is literally the 2 missions ago? Which is cool. I love it when they do this kind of other side of things thing. Keeping bugs that aren't doing anything. My bad, I suppose.
Hurry! We don't know our target status. We've entered transporter range to the station first. Is your...
Unfortunately, no.
Our senses have detected the Admiral. He is on the station's upper level, in the command area. I recommend haste. The Hur'q are likely to overrun the station, and soon. Find the Admiral and get him to safety. I'll update you once that happens.
Yeah, it is something they could do. Actually, I shouldn't even say that. I'm not sure it's something they could do. In other games, I know how they do it. They'd assign an object, give it a specific type of interaction and AI pathing, and then they would make that object take on the appearance of whatever your currently selected Federation ship is. So, if you're paying attention, we only fought one type of Hur'q back in the previous missions, on both ground and on space. The little guys, which is the attendants, and the swarmers in space. So this is actually our very first look at something larger than that. This is an aggressor. Spoilers, There are more than just 2 types of Hur'q. Correct, Harian, the person who did the mission 2 missions ago. I keep wanting to say the last mission because I keep forgetting that stupid mission exists. Like I did today. Yeah, I'd say Hydralisk is probably a decent approximation. I don't want to get too much into Zerg parallels. Let's just call these what they are. They're bugs. Lots and lots and lots of science fiction have swarming bug enemies. So, draw whatever comparison you want. Starship Troopers, Warhammer 40k, StarCraft, arguably Forgotten Realms. Like, there's a lot. They taste good. Yeah, Enderverse. Yeah, Stargate. Mass Effect, yeah. It's a pretty common thing. My setting even has bugs, although they don't swarm, and they're not mindless, but it's still true. I agree, Sorora. I would say these are probably more Starship Trooper inspired than anything else. Okay.
Hadar, here? If you come to help, you will be welcomed. If not, today is a good day to die.
We were here for the Admiral.
The Zen-kathi? He's caused enough trouble for one day. Take him away if you wish. Feel free to crush any Hur'q you should find, too. There's plenty to go around.
Speaking of which... oh, there. Yes, Reggie. And unfortunately, no, Trihexia, I have not. I mean, we know canonically at least one Klingon and Ferengi that were... They had tons of sex. So, it's not like it's out of bounds that could happen, right? Hey, idiot!
Hadar? Not the liberators I was expecting, to be certain. But I will not refuse your aid. You are here to rescue me, yes? If not, I would like to die on my feet, in combat.
Nope, you're coming with us.
Very well. I have a warp-capable shuttle on this station, near the escape pods. I'll give you access to that section. Take me to it.
I mean, frankly, I find the idea of a smart bug offensive. God, that's hard to talk like he did that. How did that actor manage that? Like he... Anyways. So yeah, the Hur'q, well, let's not talk too much about the Hur'q yet. We got plenty of other things to cover. I have a nuke? Trihexia? Holy crap. Didn't you tell me? I do have one of the best abilities of the game, though. That would have been funny, Harriet. The Vorta like, we will show these inferior... Oh, God!
Level secure. We're needed elsewhere. Fight well!
No, not the dropkick. Motion acceleration.
I can make it from here. My shuttle is just beyond this door. What is your saying? Ah, yes. Victory is life.
I see you've taken the Admiral out of harm's way. I expected nothing less from one of our finest. I have a new task for you first. Make your way to the torpedo bay and set one of the torpedoes there to detonate. That will take care of all the Hur'q on board quite nicely.
I don't think I have the dropkick. Huh. Hey, Ben Wilmot. I don't remember. Like I said, we're starting to drift into the territory that I don't know all that well. In fact, I've only done the quests we're currently going through once. On camera. No, that's not true. Sorry, twice. Twice before now. The quests we're going to do after that I've only been through once, and that was off camera. There we go. Sorry. Matter?
Jem'Hadar, huh? This day just gets more and more interesting. If you're here for a fight, you'll get one. But with all this proto-matter around us, it might be brief.
We're not enemies.
Fantastic. If you're not here to fight, I'm gonna assume you're here to help. We were about to disarm all these beauties. I'm sure you noticed this place is a little unstable. No one's thrilled with the idea of all this proto-matter exploding. Want to give us a hand?
I do have orders to destroy this station.
Right. And you figured a room full of proto-matter would be the best way to make it go boom? Wonderful. Look, let's compromise. We'll neutralize the proto-matter in all but one of these torpedoes, which you'll set to detonate. Everyone's happy. My team needs 3 minutes to get it done. You okay with this plan?
Let me confirm.
The renowned Starfleet efficiency. 3 minutes is an acceptable time frame. Let the good commander know we are agreeable to his terms. And first, don't tarry once the demolition task is complete. We require your skills in combat over Bajor.
Acknowledged. Let's do it. 3 minutes. Wait, Starfleet can do reasonable? Is that legal?
One stack down. Keep up the good work.
I mean, I actually have a Romulan already at like level 50 something. Although I guess I'd have to make a new one if they do a Romulan recruit, wouldn't I? Yeah, I don't know. I'd have to think about it. They give you a lot of benefits for doing the recruit stuff, but the problem is I don't have need for most of that stuff.
We're halfway done. Keep doing what you do best.
I'm also... I don't want to say I'm anti-alt, but, like, I have no desire for an alt in this game. My alts in this game are my other ships I have on my Federation character. I mean, there's actually a timer and everything. Oh, did I get that from the Delta Recruit thing, Trithon? Huh. I have that. In fact, I use it.
Proto-matter's done, but the explosives are still intact.
I think I only used that on the Juggernaut, which is my tank ship, but still. Well, I did Gamma and Delta. Those are the 2 recruits I've done.
All right. Protomatter is out of commission.
Never did a Klingon one. Hate that attack, by the way. That channel. In addition to being a knockback, or to being an attack, it's actually a knockback as well, so it's shove, shove, shove. I swear it has some kind of stun component as well. Hate that attack.
We're good to go here. You want to push the big red button, or shall I?
It is my duty to begin the detonation. Because I don't understand anything other than duty and Patchwalker. Wait.
Nice work. It's been interesting, fighting with Jem'Hadar instead of the other way around. Well, Command wants us somewhere else, so adios. Try not to get shot, yeah?
Victory is life. And thank you for being a part of the show, Brakeman. I will put that towards Patchwalker.
Time is a factor here, First. We have need of you back in space. Are you prepared to leave the station?
Yep.
You've done well, First. I believe we are going to work together quite nicely, all for the glory of the Founders, of course.
Of course.
Our main task lies ahead. Simply put, we must save the Alliance forces in this sector from the Hur'q. I trust you're up for the challenge?
Yes, but I see a Federation vessel over there. I think it's a Lexington, which is just absolutely bodying the Hur'q. I don't think they need our help. But sure. Jesus, Sarura, 500. Yikes.
Slow down those Hur'q ships. They're much easier to hit that way.
You fight well, Jem'Hadar. Kopla!
Mayday! Mayday! We're barely holding on here. Can anyone help?
A Starfleet vessel is in trouble. Assist them.
Target the Hur'q forces and fire!
As opposed to what, Martok? Damn it. We're dying too quickly. No!
Dominion vessel, thank you for your assistance.
You're welcome. For the, Dominion.
We picked up an incoming Hur'q dreadnought. Stop that ship!
A Hur'q force is coming your way. I will assist you.
So, technically this ship wasn't here last time, and by technically I mean literally, because this ship didn't exist in the game yet. Like I mentioned, last time all we saw was swarmers. That is a hive ship, which if I'm not mistaken can spawn swarmers. And also has some other fun, horrible, horrible elements to it. Like that directional shielding crap that we're all so fond of. Yes, cheap tactics are life!
Another well-fought victory, First. You continue to impress.
I live to drink, Founders.
And the Founders want you to serve alongside the Alliance as part of their defensive forces. There are 2 viable factions to consider. The Federation and the Klingon Empire. It's indulgent, I know, but I think the final choice should be yours. Who shall it be?
Do I serve the dumbasses, who are morons and stupid, and part of a decrepit, decadent empire that's falling apart, actively? Or The Klingons. I think we'll go with the Federation.
Interesting choice. I think you'll fit in well there, eventually. It might take some time to get used to the way they operate, but I believe you're ready for the challenge.
He just got back like 3 days ago, Ben Wilmot. And I was gonna say, I think that's actually it for our Jem'Hadar character, excuse me.
The Alliance has agreed to a summit meeting with us to discuss the return of the Hur'q, and what can be done to prevent their aggression from devastating all 4 galactic quadrants. Despite recent events, they've agreed to host the summit at Deep Space Nine. I'm not surprised. None of the galactic powers are comfortable hosting a Dominion fleet deep within their territory. Meet with me at DS9 prior to the beginning of the summit. I'd like to discuss our options. I could use your help with something.
You got it. Let me go help you with something. Victory is... Oh, hang on. Life! And we shoot ourselves dead. Still, that's a pretty good intro. It's very short, especially compared to the Romulan one, which is huge. Even the Klingon one's longer, but I think the Dominion one's pretty tight. It just has some timeline issues. Yeah, for what it is, the Dominion intro is good stuff. Correct. Only one additional character will be making total. And it'll be very soon. Probably tomorrow. Hopefully tomorrow. Hopefully tomorrow. Damn.
The Alliance has agreed to a summit meeting with the Dominion to discuss the return of the Hur'q, and what can be done to prevent their aggression from devastating all 4 galactic quadrants. Despite recent events, we've agreed to host the summit at Deep Space Nine. None of the galactic powers are comfortable hosting a Dominion fleet deep within their territory. Meet with me at DS9 prior to the beginning of the summit. I'd like to discuss our options.
Notice how that's almost identical dialogue to what Odo just said. Not quite, but very close.
Please, we're low on fuel and supplies. We need help, badly.
Have you not seen the state of DS9, people?
Come on. The High Council has announced several challenges to the Empire, worthy of a warrior such as
This is
yourself.
Station Control. Welcome
Would
to
you
Deep
like
Space
to
Nine.
review them?
Also, Captain Nog is waiting to meet with you on the...
Okay, fine. Let's go talk to Captain Nog.
Hello. Nice to be working with you again. I've been assigned to assist you here on the station. The leaders of the 4 major delegations have asked to meet with you prior to the summit meeting. Their offices are located here on the promenade.
And this is also the first? Yes, first showcase of the new DS9, officially.
Admiral Quinn's office is behind those doors.
We'll do him last. And look how it literally just asks you to walk around the circle. I've already shown off DS9, so I don't really have much to add to this. I need to look up one thing really quick. That's what I thought.
Here is Proconsul Deton's office.
This summit may be difficult. While your people will see a path toward peace, I suspect the Klingons will feel the opposite. There is no love lost between them and the Dominion, or the Hur'q for that matter. The Republic position is one of pragmatism. A weakened Dominion will be easier to deal with, and the Hur'q are a threat no one can ignore.
Also, I just feel like pointing out that she's standing on her chair, and he's standing on his desk.
Chancellor Jempok has an office here.
Oh, great.
This summit may not end well. Most of the High Council sees the Hur'q as a Dominion problem. They are content to let them fight to the end and deal with any survivors. But there are others, such as Martok, who see that position as dishonorable. If they want to fight the war of their ancestors, so be it. But they will be doing so without the Empire. The same could be said for your Federation, should they choose to aid the Dominion.
So I've always hated Jempok. Literally, since the game started, I've hated Jempok. But to be truthful, that fact of how much I despise him actually starts here. The Hur'q are invading everywhere. Okay. Bye. And that's his reaction to that, is that's your problem. We're content to watch the Dominion and the Hur'q tear each other apart and deal with the survivors. And notice how extremely un-Klingon this is of Jempok. In fact, frankly, he should probably have people coming for his seat for this. Also, what High Council? Remember, Matara kind of killed most of them. Hi, Martok. Oh, God, I hate Jempok so much. Don't worry, it's gonna get worse. This guy is a better Chancellor than Jempok. That is not a joke.
Ambassador Odo is here, coordinating security efforts.
Ambassador?
I'll be blunt. The Hur'q have decimated most of the Dominion. All but one fleet gone. It's all the Jem'Hadar can do to keep our remaining worlds from being laid waste. There is no diplomacy with the Hur'q. We don't know why they're attacking. We're not even sure where they're coming from. I'm sure there are those in the Alliance who would be content to let the Hur'q destroy us. But where do you think they'll turn once they're finished?
Again, I mean, just sheer pragmatism and brain-having will tell you that the Hur'q wiping out the Dominion is not exactly a good thing. Also, notice that the Dominion are getting pasted right about now. But we'll cover that in a minute.
The results of this summit could have long-lasting effects. A number of our allies, particularly the Klingons, consider the Hur'q to be a Dominion problem. The Federation sees this as a chance to improve relations with the Dominion. Having allies in the Gamma Quadrant instead of enemies would be a great step toward galactic peace.
Yeah, no, I agree. Hang on, I need to write something down really quick.
There are several Alpha Quadrant leaders here for the summit. Kai Kira of Bajor, Counselor Garrick of Cardassia, and my father, Ferengi Grand Nagus Rom. I recommend meeting with them as well. Their worlds will be on the front line if the Hur'q launch a full invasion into this quadrant.
Alright, let's do it. Let's go talk to several people who, are probably getting positives. And to be clear, and I've said this before, this is not a nostalgia thing. Pretty much every actor and actress they brought back for the DS9 arc really threw themselves into the role.
In the Bajoran temple.
Like, they did a good job with it, in short. And we'll see if that holds up on review, but by memory...
Hello there. I suppose Admiral Quinn sent you down here to see where Bajor stands. I can tell you we're worried. The Hur'q were a few ships away from ravaging our homeworld, and if the Dominion falls, they'll be back, and we'll be the first to face them, so Bajor stands ready. We'll do what we can to stop the Hur'q, even if that means joining forces with the Dominion. There's something else I should mention. I've experienced visions recently, a sign from the prophets. I see a place I've been before, a world beyond the grip of death. It's the home of a former Kai, and it's in the Dominion. I should also mention that I've seen you in this vision as well. I believe we're going to take a journey together soon.
Right. What of your duties as Kai?
As Kai, I'm obligated to serve the will of the prophets. Doing so leads me to many places, not just Bajor. That can be difficult, especially in times of war. There's been a lot of that in the last few years. First the Dominion, then the Klingons, the Iconians, and now the Hur'q. There are times when I wonder how Ben Sisko managed during the Dominion War, and he was the emissary. I've tried to follow his example whenever possible, but it's been a challenge.
No doubt.
Something else on your mind?
Not at the moment, thank you. So anyways, Ross, you may or may not remember last week you said, hey, do they ever mention Kaiopaka? And I was just like, could you just stop? So anyways, they mentioned Kaiopaka.
My father is in my uncle's bar. Hard to believe he used to work there, huh?
Let's go talk to Morn. Hey, Morn. Morn, I could really use your advice. Really? I never thought about it that way. Huh. You know any good gossip? Huh. Want to play full rounds of Dabo? Well, good to see you, buddy.
I was wondering when you'd come along. I'm guessing you're here to talk about the Hur'q and what we want to do about them. It's no secret that the Ferengi aren't a military powerhouse like the Klingons. Most of the time, we'd be happy to make a tidy profit from all of this, and as far away from it as possible. That changed when the Hur'q attacked Ferenginar. We would have been wiped out without help. And we didn't get it from Starfleet or the Klingons. We got it from the Lukari and the Cardassians. Even a few not cool ships showed up to fight. That showed us that this is everyone's fight, big or small. So we're in. And if the 34th rule of acquisition comes into play, well...
How'd you convince your people to join?
It wasn't easy, believe me. I've managed to get the Board of Liquidators with us, for now. Most of them see the potential for incredible profit. Alliance defense contracts can be very lucrative. The rest, well, let's just say their self-preservation instincts are strong. They'd rather fight with the Alliance than stand alone. The Hur'q have me thinking about adding a new rule of acquisition. If they can't be bought, get ready to fight!
I mean, that would apply to several races we've already encountered, including you.
Did you have another question?
Not at the moment, no. Yeah, I kind of hope that Lita...
Counselor Garrick is in his old tailor shop.
...and Lita meet at some point.
Nice to see some fighters around here. You're here to fight the Hur'q, aren't you? Someone has to, before they eat everything in existence. Some of the other Gamma refugees will moan and groan about this part of space, but I like the Alpha Quadrant. The Bajorans are processing iridium ore here again, and there's good, honest work for people willing to do it, like me. Most of the Bajorans won't go near the processing areas. Too many bad memories about how the Cardassians ran them, I guess. That's good and well. Just means more work for me. Beats working for the Dominion, I can tell you that much. I might never go back.
Good to know.
Something on your mind? I'm not fond of being gaped at like a dumbstruck targ.
Watch your tone.
Or what exactly? You do not frighten me! And I can think of a dozen ways to kill you with my bare hands. If you're lucky, I'll use one of the three that are quick and relatively painless. Buzz away now, globfly. Perhaps you can impress old Martok with your growls.
I think we should feed her an Iconian staff. Who's with me?
Can't you see I'm...
You once knew me as Hur'q, son of Nagra. Now I know the truth of things. That was a name given to me to prevent a great dishonor. With Martok's aid, my name, my face, all have been restored. Our recent deeds and service to the Empire have led Jempak to restore the honor of my house. The sons of Moog once again stand proud and without shame. For your part in that, I thank you. It has been an honor to fight at your side.
Trust me, Kern. The honor was mine.
Hello there. I take it you're not here to update your ensemble. Though if you'd like a few suggestions, I'd be happy to provide some.
Nope, I like my outfit.
In the meantime, let's talk about serious business, shall we? I'm sure you'd like to know Cardassia's position on the Hur'q problem. It's simple, really. They're a menace, and one we should deal with swiftly. Surprised? Don't be. Cardassia was recently attacked by the Hur'q. We'd have fared poorly without help from our neighbors. Even the Lukari and the Ferengi offered a hand. I trust this lesson isn't lost on you. If we stand alone, we're doomed.
Quick question. Did this used to be your store?
Once upon a time, when I was but a tailor. That was before plain, simple Garrick became a member of the Ditapa Council, of course. Before the Reconstruction and the Iconian War and the Hur'q. While I'm proud of the work I've done for Cardassia over the years, there's a part of me that yearns to be here once more. To be just a tailor, just Garrick.
I suppose we go where we're needed.
Will there be anything else?
Thank you, but
The
no.
Alliance has asked a number of special consultants to attend the summit. I know each of them well, and I can vouch for their knowledge and skill, even my Uncle Quark. Despite his reputation, his knowledge of the Gamma Quadrant is valuable. Just don't mention Latinum in the discussion, or the value of his information could rise considerably.
I mean, I got Latinum to burn, but sure. Doctor?
Hello. It's been a while since that business at Korvat, hasn't it?
Yeah.
You're looking well. My compliments to your CMO. As you can see, I've been recently recommissioned. I'm doing what I can to get things in order here after that business with the Zen-kathi and the Hur'q. We're still treating casualties, and it looks like we'll be seeing more soon. A lot more. The situation is compounded by the presence of civilians, both local and from other systems, even the Dominion. We have a number of refugees from the Gamma Quadrant on the station, and more are on the way. Clearly, the sooner we can solve the Hur'q dilemma, the better. We'll be beyond our capacity to help the refugees soon, as will Bajor.
Hold up. You left Starfleet?
I mustered out some time ago to start a private practice on Trill. Since then, I've worked on special projects for Starfleet from time to time as a consultant. Even managed to start a family. Needless to say, I wasn't initially thrilled with the idea of putting the uniform on again. Still, it's very hard to say no to Kai Kira and Captain Dax. And so here I am, back on the front of an interstellar conflict. Here's hoping it's a brief one.
Ironically, this will be a very brief conflict.
Something on your mind?
Yeah, by the way, for those who don't know, Alexander Siddig is what we call a career actor. Like Samuel L. Jackson for a probably more popular or a well-known example. They act constantly. Either because, money, or because they like acting, so they keep acting. So yeah, he does a lot of stuff. 1 second. Need to write down another note here.
Hello. Oh, it's been a while since I've been in this place. I can't believe Quark still has that hollow me in here. It's a little embarrassing, to be honest. I wish we were all here under better circumstances. Then again, DS9's always been a trouble magnet. I guess peace is a little too much to ask for around here. My husband is risking a lot of capital, political and otherwise, by choosing to get involved with all of this. Fortunately, he's the best Grand Nagus to come around in a long time. The best ever, as far as I'm concerned, but I'm pretty biased on that point. Look, if I were this mirror version of me I've been hearing so much about, I'd have a lot more tactical advice to offer. As it is, my advice to you is this. Take a look around. Think about all the civilians, the refugees, people who are depending on you to protect them. Think about the best way you can do that, if you can. That's what I'd do if I were in your shoes. Boots, whatever.
I mean, power armor, but mirror version, yeah,
Yeah, in that alternate universe where good people are evil and vice versa, turns out the evil version of me is an admiral there. Real piece of work. Wears lots of leather, carries a whip. Oh, and she's in command of the evil Enterprise. I found out about her from my husband's information gathering specialists. Never hurts to be well informed, right? Rule of acquisition number 7. Keep your ears open and your eyes on the mark.
Rule 74, knowledge equals profit.
Was there something else?
No, thank you. We'll be seeing more of your actress later.
Don't suppose you're here for a drink? Holosuite? Dabo? Can't blame me for trying to find profit while I can. My fool of a brother, the Nagus, seems hell-bent on getting the Ferengi into this mess. Not a lot of profit in fighting the Hur'q, 34th rule or not. You can't spend your money when you're dead. If you ask me, we'd be better off sealing that wormhole and saying goodbye to the Hur'q and the Dominion forever. I'd miss the Tulaberry wine, but I'd get over it. But seeing how that'll never happen, especially as long as Kira's still breathing, I suppose I'll have to dig in like everyone else. You know what the worst part of this mess is? Odo. He's back like a kind of ghost haunting me. I must be cursed.
I hear you on a moon now?
I do. And I'd be there, enjoying myself, if it weren't for the Grand Nagus. Brother or not, I wanted nothing to do with this until he put Lukari terraforming tech on the table. Couldn't pass that up. It'll cut biosphere renovation costs on my moon by 70%. Even with Odo here, and a billion Hur'q trying to demolish everything in sight, there's profit in the wind. Might finally land that exclusive Tulaberry export contract I've been dreaming about for 40 years.
Assuming the Hur'q don't eat all the Tulaberries.
Can I get you something?
I'm good.
There's a number of refugee groups here on the promenade.
We're lucky to be alive, friend. There was little warning before the Hur'q attacked our homeworld. We sent a call to the Founders, but no Jem'Hadar ships came. Our local defense force didn't last long. A few of us managed to get away on ships before the Hur'q closed in. Word of the Bajorans and their faith reached us after the war ended. Their stories about one of their spiritual leaders. She came to the worst of us, on our prison moon, to bring the wisdom of the prophets. So, when the Hur'q came, we decided to come here, through the Celestial Temple, to seek deliverance.
If the Founders won't listen to us, perhaps Kai Kira and the Prophets will.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure the Kai will help you if she can. She probably can. Nobody can. You're all dead.
It must be a surprise seeing Karemans here on a Federation station. Let that sink in for a minute. It's so bad in the Dominion that its citizens are looking for safe haven with their former enemies.
Yeah.
We were the lucky ones. We got out early. I've heard rumors about a blockade, keeping the rest of us from leaving the homeworld. It might be true. I haven't seen any more Karemans arrive here for a while now. Oh, please. The Founders have forsaken us. Don't let the Alliance turn their backs on us, too.
I mean, Forsaken's a bit much.
Quinn here. The summit will begin soon. I'd like to go over what you've learned. Interesting. The Klingon and Romulan positions were somewhat predictable, but I'm surprised by the resilience of the Cardassians and Ferengi. I'm also concerned about the Gamma refugee issue. We'll need to work with the Bajorans to manage the situation here. We should get to the conference room. Report to me there when you arrive.
Yeah, don't worry. I don't even recognize that she exists, Warp Core. No planet, no problem. As I say, deja vu. Although last time, 2,800 ships came storming through the wormhole, so hopefully that doesn't happen this time.
Well, everyone's here and no one started shooting. Could be worse. That was a joke. Take a moment to relax. Speak with the others. Things will be serious soon enough.
Yes, sir. Marke?
I'm glad you're here. I've been feeling conflicted lately. All the worlds we saved from the Zen-kathi were also home to thousands of dormant Hur'q. By saving those planets, we also saved a great number of enemies. Those very enemies have since attacked a number of worlds, including my own.
There could be a dilemma here, but there isn't.
You're right, of course. If only there'd been another way to resolve things. If the Zen-kathi would have listened to reason. I suppose we should place our hope in working together to stop the Hur'q. I can't help but think there's a path to peaceful resolution in all of this. There's got to be some way to end this madness before more lives are lost.
I've got it. We'll use a bunch of protomatter torpedoes to wipe out every planet the Hur'q are on. You mean a different one. Never mind, sorry. Kai?
Hello again. I spoke with Odo about the vision we discussed. He's agreed to clear a mission to the old sector. Opaka, the former Kai I mentioned, lives there now.
And this has to do with your visions.
I believe so, yes. The Kai has a condition that has prevented her from leaving until now. Odo has provided us with data that could lead to a cure. If there's a chance, I'm willing to take it. Her wisdom could help us all greatly. I realize this is a lot to take in, but I hope I can count on your help when the time comes.
You'll have it, Eminence. Weyoun?
Greetings. It is agreeable to see you, especially outside the confines of Facility 4028. I'm glad we had a moment to talk before the summit begins. I trust you relayed everything you learned from us to your superiors. If I may be so bold, I hope that you conveyed a need for cooperation with the Founders as well. At least in matters regarding the Hur'q, if not in all things.
Horse. Founders are wise and dead. I mean, totally fine.
Jempak is more of a political creature than he was. Well, when we were both a lot younger. He's not willing to face the truth. There are Klingons who fear the Hur'q, hiding behind politics and rules. Grethar waits for their worthless souls. Know this. There are still Klingons who know where their blades belong. We will not dishonor our ancestors and ignore the Hur'q. We will fight them to our dying breath in the name of Kahless and the Empire!
You will not be alone, General. And I believe you. We will have actual Klingons, real Klingons in this fight.
If I can have everyone's attention, thank you. Let's begin the summit. We have a lot to discuss. Thank you all for coming. By now, you should be aware of our tactical situation. The Dominion, as you know it, is on the verge of collapse. We've withdrawn to our core systems, and the lines are holding, for now. Without your help, the Hur'q will win the war of attrition.
What about your outer systems? We're receiving refugees here, from those areas.
We have one fleet left, Admiral. That's hardly enough to defend the entire Dominion.
I'm failing to see how this concerns the Empire.
The recent battle here is a sample of what the Hur'q can do.
If you think they'll stop at the wormhole, you're sadly mistaken.
Need I remind you that the Dominion came to your aid in the Iconian War? I seem to recall Klingons placing high value on debts of honor, or has that changed?
Mind your tongue, changeling! I will not be insulted!
No, you just were. Damn it, if 2,800 ships come out of that thing right now, I swear to God. Okay, it's only 2. Thank goodness. Okay, it's more than 2.
Admiral Quinn to Ops. What's happening?
We're under attack, Admiral. It's the Hur'q.
God damn it.
Reading Hur'q boarding parties. Multiple decks. They've concentrated in a damaged pylon. Ore processing area.
Yep, there's the remaining 2,798.
I need you to get to that damaged pylon section and lock it down before the Hur'q trigger an explosion that could wreck the station.
On it, Admiral. Oh my God, with this nonsense. Literally just fixed this crap. Piss off. Poikas. Let me pull up my little pea shooter. Wait, let me pull up my real weapon. So you remember how we got introduced to the Tier 2 Hur'q as the Jem'Hadar? Well, we got to get introduced to them as the Federation, or rather the non-Jem'Hadar as well. So here they are. Cool. Just what I wanted in my afternoon. You think that's bad, Trithan? No. Speaking of facial expressions and my character...
Bad news. The hangar security shield is on the verge of collapse. If it drops, you'll get pulled out into space, so let's make sure that doesn't happen. You need to stabilize the power relays and recalibrate the shields. There are consoles near your position you can use to do this.
Acknowledged. I don't mind fighting the Hur'q on the ground, but then again, literally all of my attacks are AoE. In total contrast to my space approach. Like, I've got the chain lightning, I've got the portal to the sun, I've got the pets I summon, I've got the friggin' lightning trap I can drop on the ground. And of course now I have the blizzard and the earthquake, so... There is still the one asshole fighter thing, but we're not going to see too many of those early on. I remember getting bugged out on this so hard. I don't remember what happened, though. Oh, yeah, I can also summon the runabout. Anyway, so the expressions, I've decided after some very careful thought...
Nice work, but it's not over yet. The Hur'q have moved into the ore processing area above your position. There's a lot of unstable uridium ore in there. If they damage it, it could ignite and set off a chain reaction that could destroy the pylon. You'll need to make your way up there to secure the area and restart the safety systems there.
So anyways, I've decided after some thought, we're not actually going to go past the stupid arc in this particular review. Since we already...
Looks like the access system in this section was reset. You'll need to rotate the central column and extend the bridges in order to reach the next section.
Hi, 10-headed Hydra. Good. So since we already have a precedent for covering patch content in MMOs, we're going to go in and adhere to that. And we're just going to go ahead and not start the better arc after the dumb arc. I know that means this particular stream is going to end on a bad note, and it's going to torpedo the score of the game for now. But since the Terran Gambit isn't done, and there's a lot of possibility for changes coming up soon, and they've got another revamp coming in, and blah, 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 blah. And again, we have a method for covering patch content, so people can start adding money to the STO, Terran Gambit now. I think we're going to go ahead and adhere to that. In the STO's case, we can literally cover it by season, too, by arc. It's extraordinarily unlike this Aurora, but you are correct, of course. Hey, thank you for being part of the show, Flagend. I will put that towards... So we're going to call this... just make sure I get the right... Yeah, we're going to call it the Terran Gambit. That's how we're going to put it. So I'll write that down for the Terran Gambit. It has been a bit since the last episode. Honestly, longer than I was thinking. I know they have some, big gaps in content periodically. I mean, you understand why I'm doing it, right? I admit I'm a little bit disappointed too, because I actually rather enjoy that particular story arc. Whoops, I'm hitting the wrong thing. But again, it's unfinished. And I hate to point this out, like, this is a very minor spoiler, but the most recent mission literally ends on a to be continued. And it's like, you know... Yeah, it's Cliffhanger City. But it is good stuff. I do recommend getting into it if you're into it.
Okay,
Lead is in it.
almost in the clear. The safety systems for the area are currently offline. You'll need to restore power to that section and reinitialize the safety systems to get everything back online.
Okay. Well, part of what irritates me too is, and I don't want to spoil too much, but they've been building up a spoiler, like a big reveal, in the entire Terran arc, and they haven't revealed it yet, and that irritates me for reasons I've gone into many times before.
All right, the safety systems are reinitializing. They should be up and running in a few minutes. Nice work. Hold on. I'm picking up multiple Hur'q life signs in your area. They're converging on your position.
Correct.
I need you to defend that section from the Hur'q until the system comes online again. If they get in before that happens, they could knock it offline again, or worse.
And yes, that means we won't be doing Jupiter, Uranus, or Operation Wolf, which is a shame, because I actually like both of those TFOs, minus the audio spam. Game. Where's my staff, game? There it is, there it is. Now I have to get over here and not die. Very difficult to do under these circumstances. There we go. Thank you, Tiny Hippo. Always appreciate those subs. Hey, I died. If you want to put that towards something, please let me know. Actually, I've done that before, Kira White Noise, with my Borg ship. Whoop, we're getting stomped. Yep, I actually died. Holy crap. Hur'q, am I right? It's okay, I don't mind. Not really. Yeah, a lot of... so since people in chat are already giving it away... I was trying to stay quiet about this, guys. We don't know who the Terran Emperor is. Whoever they are is referenced quite often, but we don't know their identity. We don't even know their gender. And normally that could be a whatever thing. I mean, who cares, right? But the thing is, they keep kind of building it up that the Emperor is the big villain of that arc. But we don't know who they are. We know a couple of people it probably isn't. But even the way I say that, probably, kind of gets across the point that it could still be some of the people we've already interacted with. We're just not 100% certain. There's a lot of possibilities, and the thing that irritates me about it is something I've talked about many, many times. It's when you put the big plot twist or the big reveal towards the end of your particular arc, which is what it feels like they're doing. It's either that or the arc is going to go on longer than I think, which would be acceptable. And I'm not going to go into that whole speech again. I've given that speech a lot lately. Yeah, let me just give the short version. If you delay a big plot twist or a big reveal or whatever too late, it's just bad pretty much across the board. It's very hard to pull that off properly. In fact, I'm not even sure I can think of an example of that off the top of my head. So, let's go assist the DS9 in space, shall we? Emperor Madron. Oh, God. Oh, God. No. Hakeem.
The Hur'q are attacking the station and several civilian vessels in the system. I've sent ships to assist them, but I'm concerned our forces are spread too thin. I'd like you to work with those ships
Starfleet vessels,
to protect
this
the
is Quinn.
civilians, while the
Protect
rest of us
civilian
defend
targets.
the station. First Dukan Rex will accompany you as a combat escort.
It is possible to make a reveal at the very end work. It's happened before. But to be completely blunt, you effectively have to structure the entire work in favor of that. And honestly, it's going to be a little bit of a debatable as to whether or not it works or not. Like, it's going to be kind of a your call sort of a thing. And obviously I can't say there's this one big spoiler because, you know, that it's a spoiler by definition. I'm not going to talk about that.
That was close. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you so much.
But I personally, like, for example, the example that Tiny Hippo gave didn't work for me. But yeah, let's keep quiet about specifics. Let's just talk about generics. We can talk around spoilers. We're adults. We're cool. Okay, hang on. We'll enforce the we're cool policy here. Give me a second. We're cool here. We got this. So, I also feel like it's not just the structure of your story that matters, but the tone of it. If the whole point of your story
Thanks, and good luck with the Hur'q.
is the build-up to that big reveal right at the end, okay, that could work. Not necessarily, I might add, but it could work, right? It is within the realm of possibility. But the problem is the overwhelming majority of works don't do that. Instead, what is overwhelmingly common is what I need to come up with a term for this. And I think I'm just going to call it comic book syndrome. Because what they're doing is they're trying to make you buy the next issue, watch the next episode, play the next game. It's not for the betterment of the story. It's not because it makes sense. It's not even an interesting reveal. It's just there because dun 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 to be continued. Next week. I've talked about this before. It's understandable why people do this. It's because it's hard to keep shows on the air and it's hard to keep games going and blah blah. I get it. I just don't care. It's as bluntly as I could possibly put that. Yeah, the unnecessary cliffhanger irritates me. But again, it's not just a cliffhanger thing. Like, Best of Both Worlds Part 1 worked, but also Best of Both Worlds Part 1 worked because the entire episode was building to that moment, as I myself have analyzed in like an hour-long video. And if you're paying attention, in relativity to that story arc, that happened at the 1/3 mark. 1/3 of the way through those 3 episodes, that's when the big moment happened. Which kind of makes my point for me, if I might be so bold.
Nice work. But I'm afraid there's bad news. We're picking up Hur'q vessels and they're heading our way. The station's weapon systems are offline. We need a few minutes to get them up and running. Until then, we're a sitting duck over here. I've asked every ship in the sector to regroup and prepare for battle. Let's hope it's enough.
We'll do what we can. More Hur'q. More Hur'q. It could be Mike Romano. I'm worried because... A... It's something I don't like in general.
Fight now and destroy the Hur'q!
Like, I don't like that type
on their capital ships
of story arc in general. But B, and more importantly, if you've been paying attention for the last 10 years or so...
Chief, I need those systems online!
This comic book syndrome has been getting worse. It's become normalized. And it's really damaging a lot of fiction, in my opinion. And if you need an example of that, all I have to do is point to...
These Hur'q do not know fear. I will teach it to them!
Star Trek Discovery. Or Star Trek Picard. Like, there's other examples I could use, but I don't have to go past Star Trek to explain my point.
Online in 60 seconds!
It's just... Putting these things way towards the end is just...
Don't let the frigate swarms get behind you.
That's what killed me just now. Oh, come on, respawn. Where am I?
Just a few more seconds.
Seconds? You see how many ships are out here, Nog? But yeah, to not give anything away, the big reveal of the burn and the big reveal of this season 4, I think? Is it 3 or 4? I think it's 4. Are both examples of, with regards to this kind of comic book syndrome.
Defense systems online! Target the Hur'q and open fire!
Okay, so then 4 is what I meant. Jesus! Season 1, I actually agree, had a good one. I also personally think it screwed it up, but it was still good. It's probably one of those positive, negative situations. That's true. It also wasn't the same problem. It wasn't shoved to the end of Season 1. Which is pretty much exactly what I'm complaining about in a nutshell. It's the usage and positioning, not the twist or the big reveal itself. It's like, hey! Oh, and by the way, I love how these swarmers are just swarming, no pun intended, the Vortisque. I would say Season 4 did it better than Season 3. Make of that what you will. By the way, did you notice Picard Season 2 also did this exact same thing I was just talking about? In fact, Picard Season 2 didn't even reveal it yet. Kind of. But, again, I'm trying to avoid specifics here. You should be able to send me a request now. Quite pathetically. Now, interestingly enough, Strange New Worlds has been avoiding this problem entirely. Not by virtue of doing it right, but by virtue of not doing it at all. It's one of those things that's... It's going to sound unrelated. This is one of those things that occurs to me occasionally as a reviewer. A game that does less has less opportunities for negatives, but also, which is a good thing, but also less opportunities for positives. It's the same thing with a television show. Strange New World...
The last of them. We're not picking up any Hur'q ships on long-range sensors. For now, at least. I think it's clear that the Dominion is prepared to work with you to stop the enemy. I hope the Federation is ready to do the same.
Agreed. Strange New Worlds has been deliberately not doing, like, not even attempting a lot of the stuff other New Trek has been doing. Which I bring up, again, less opportunities for negatives, less opportunities for positives. So yeah, they just decided to go do their own thing, and it has paid off. By all accounts, Strange New World is legit. But again, you could see the difference in mentality completely. Anyways.
In the meantime, our fleet will do what it can to keep the Hur'q on our side of the wormhole. Tell Admiral Quinn not to wait too long to make a decision. This will reach the Federation faster than anyone would like, believe me.
Oh, I do. From what I've seen, I would agree with you, Harian. There's some good moments. My biggest complaint with Picard Season 2 actually isn't even individual scenes or characters. It's the connective tissue between them. It just feels extremely
The Hur'q threat
wrong
is real.
in its
And
construction.
we can't afford to let it expand throughout the galaxy.
Really?
There will be resistance to getting involved, but I believe we have no choice. The Federation must render aid to the Dominion if we're to have any chance of stopping the Hur'q onslaught. In the meantime, Kai Kira of Bajor has requested a mission to the Innis system, and Ambassador Odo has authorized it. The Kai has asked for our assistance on this, and she asked for you by name. Whatever she needs, make it so.
Done. To answer you directly, Muad'Dib, Strange New Worlds basically took string continuity and just threw it out the window. Now, they have continuity. They have setting continuity. It's, you know, events, characters, things that change in the background, that stuff sticks, right? So there's still consequence, but like one episode doesn't lead into the next, and there's no real story arcs, it's just episodic.
I need your help with a very sensitive mission. A former Kai, Opaka, was trapped on a prison moon in the Gamma Quadrant in 2369. Alien nanotech in her system prevents her from leaving the moon, but it also sustains her life indefinitely while on the surface. It seems the wardens of the prison were planning on curing and granting amnesty to the prisoners until their planet was decimated by the Hur'q. Somehow, the Dominion managed to obtain the cure, and they've provided it to us as a peace offering. The moon hasn't been hit by the Hur'q, but it's only a matter of time. We need to cure Opaka and the others and get them out of there before that happens.
Alright, let's do it then. I don't... Oh my god.
Good, we've arrived. I suggest scanning the prison moon and its satellite network. They might have fixed the design flaw we exploited here years ago to bypass their defenses.
This should be interesting.
Those satellites could cripple a Starfleet runabout with one shot back then. I'd rather not find out how powerful they are now, if you don't mind.
I mean, I'm in a Lexington Dreadnought, but sure. Oh, I'm sorry, we're no longer in the Lucari arc, are we? We need to change shields. It's okay, I got this one ready to go. It's a little... God, I do not like what that does to my hull. Looks okay down here, but in the light? Ugh. Anyways, moving on.
Looks like the satellite weapon and defense systems were updated to deal with modern vessels, but they still have the same flaw that Miles O'Brien took advantage of years ago.
Tell me more.
You should be able to distract the satellites by firing probes near their position. Distract enough of them, and you'll clear an area long enough to safely beam down an away team.
Or I could just...
Picking up some debris clouds from Hur'q ships in orbit.
I was to say, that's not really on me. Okay,
It's possible some Hur'q bypassed the satellites. We should be ready.
Looks like O'Brien's trick still works. The satellites took the bait, and we have a safe transport window.
Alright, bring us into transporter range. Get ready to beam down. Captain, why do you always beam down?
I recommend we bring some pattern enhancers along. Local interference can make it tough to get a lock on, and we might have to leave in a hurry.
Agreed. So the reason...
All right. The doctor and I are ready to beam down when you are. Though I can't say I'm thrilled to see that moon again.
The reason I always beam down is I'm the one with the Iconian tech. And the Borg tech. And the Voth tech. And the most terrifying tech of all, Ryzian tech. Kalmini is... I mean, he's also a fairly large actor, but I don't know. Like, maybe they just couldn't get him. Like, Alexander Siddig does a ton of acting, too, but they got him. So I don't know. Yeah, no, I know. He's not that big. He's just busy. So maybe it's just complete scheduling issues that they didn't get him. Or maybe he said no. I don't know. Unfortunately, I don't have much info here.
Yangtze Jiang. Or what's left of her, rather. Looks like the locals have scavenged everything of value from the old girl. Unlike her, they can never die thanks to the nanotech inside of them.
Until we provide the cure.
Right. The last time we were here, the prisoners were eager to be cured, if only to get the chance to kill their rivals off for good. I'm hoping that Opaka has shown them a better path in the time she's been here among them.
Let's go find out. Just for you, Tiny Hippo. Here's what's left of her. It's, I mean, it's been like 39 years? No, that's not right. Whatever. It's been almost 40 years.
We're not alone. Hur'q life signs dead ahead.
So yeah, Avery Brooks... I'm trying to think how to say this in a way that doesn't make it sound like I'm against him, because I'm actually not. I rather like his particular acting style. But if you ever see Brooks off camera...
This is interesting. I just ran a medical scan on these Hur'q. They're not regenerating. There's no sign of the alien nanites in their bodies. Something in the Hur'q genetic makeup isn't compatible with the nanites. I suspect it only works on humanoids.
Good to know. I've had a suspicion for a long time that Brooks wasn't really acting as Cisco per se. He was just kind of being himself. He's a naturally charismatic person, and he's also a little bit intense. You know, you ever see him do his... in the way he kind of bites his words? That's just him. That's just how he is and acts and talks. I also know, because he himself has said this several times, that working on Deep Space Nine was horrifically stressful for him. To the point where he kind of walked away from that as a career almost entirely. And I don't blame him. You know, being a main character in a TV show is a really intensive job. I honestly don't think he really knew what he was in for. Yeah, he almost dipped out in the middle of the show. That's something I talked about before. I mean, Patrick Stewart did too, in fairness. And you're probably thinking, but Stewart did it for other reasons. That was one of the reasons. That was a competing reason.
We're here to help. Keep fighting!
Oh, okay. We're ready to keep fighting. It's like, do I have to kill more people now? It's more accurate to say that that's true in most main actors' contracts, Ben Wilmot. That's just kind of standard procedure, regardless of the show. Speaking as someone who has worked extremely intensive, terrifying, and stressful jobs before, I'd probably take that job too, okay? I mean, those are terrifying hours and just horrible thing to do, but if you asked me, Lore, you're going to play the captain on the next Star Trek show, I would take that job.
I think you'll find that she'll be in good health within moments. The healing nanites are quite effective. In fact, they seem to have become more efficient than they were last time I was here.
mortal wound.
Relax. I'm fine now. Really.
You made it. Good. The Kai's been expecting you.
If it was Discovery... Sorry, I shouldn't say it that way. If it was... let's go with an easier target. If it was the animated series...
Yes, she's had a vision about you coming here. Come with us. We'll take you to her. Unless you'd rather stand around here until more of those things show up.
Won't be necessary. Lead on. So let me clarify that a little bit, because obviously I don't dislike Discovery, and I've said that several times. What I mean by that is I don't want to be on Discovery. Does that make sense? Like, that's not me. I don't want to have anything to do with that. I don't like what they're doing. I don't like the tone. I don't like the approach to the actors. I hate what they're doing with the cameras. I hate what they're doing with the special effects. I don't like how they're structuring their seasons. I just complained about that with Season 3 and Season 4. So, I don't want to be a part of that. That's all. I'm not saying it's bad. I'm saying it's not me. I still have not watched it, although at this point I've done so much research that I might as well have watched it.
The Kai's waiting for you, in the temple ahead.
By the way, random little anecdote. You know how we mentioned, several of us mentioned, including me earlier, that the prophets are probably why Bajor keeps being relevant? Did you think about this for a second? Those visions they keep having, those don't come from a vacuum. They come from the prophets. So the prophets are deliberately beaming information about these events, at the very least, to both Opaka and Kira. Yet no, Cubic.
Welcome. It's been some time since we've had peaceful visitors. And Kai Kira, it's been too long. Truly, the prophets have smiled upon us today.
Indeed they have. We have brought the cure. You'll be able to live a normal life away from here. You'll be free.
And we have something to bring with us.
Pretty sure that's not the same actress.
A miracle.
Is that?
Yes. A blessing from the prophets. The Orb of Peace. Through it, we ended the war between Ennis and Noel Ennis.
Yes, but when would I have that time, Cubic? You really do not understand how little time I have in my life, do you?
As you can see, our peace has been shattered by the arrival of the hostile aliens. We have tried to speak with them, to find reason, but we have failed. We don't even know their name.
How many hours a day do you think I have to do something that isn't work-related right now? 1.5. In 3 separate points in time. Spread out across morning, lunch break, and evening. Not counting sleeping, obviously.
They're called Hur'q, and there's no reasoning with them. They attack and devastate every world, every species they encounter. We need to get you and your people out of here as soon as possible.
I see. We must take the orb with us as well. I can't have it falling into the hands of such a warlike species. It would be like the occupation all over again.
That's not going to happen. I won't allow it, and neither will my friends. We can administer the cure to everyone in groups. With your permission, we'll start right away.
Very well. Begin the procedure. I'm sure many of us are eager to leave this place and begin a new life together.
I was about to say, wouldn't the Orb of Peace going to a war like people be a good thing? You know, I like flowers.
Some time ago, I asked Bashir for this cure. I wanted to use the cure as a weapon and kill the enemy. I couldn't put the war with the Knoll behind me. I hated him for denying my chance for vengeance. Now, that's changed, thanks to the Kai. I found a better path. I just want to lead a simple, natural life.
There you go. Oh, I'm sorry. That's not what I thought you meant.
After all this time, to live a normal life, it's like waking up from a really bad dream. I can think about having a family again, an actual family. I don't know what else to say except thank you.
You know, that's true. Can we beam the Klingons down to here? They might actually like this place. No, think about it for just a second. We can kill each other forever. I'm joking. Actually, a true Klingon would hate that. Because, you know, no death, no... Yeah, exactly. There's no real honor. Nothing is lost. Nothing is risked. Jim Pock would like that. Because he's a dick. Sorry, I had to write down a note. Forgive me.
The cure, huh? Well, this cure had better work, friend. Or we won't be friends no more. Get me.
I can erase your body so thoroughly nothing will be rebuilt by your nanites. What? I can.
Is this for real? This cure? They talked about it a little after the Kai arrived, but I thought it was a myth. Never thought it was actually real. So, I can die now. Funny, I never thought I would. And now that I can, I'm a little scared. Is that strange?
No, most people are scared to death. Yeah, no. Now, the Hirogen would love this place.
Then it's true what the Kai saw in her dreams. Those visions. The prophets sent us the ore, then now they sent you with our deliverance from this horrible place. Truly, the prophets smile upon us all.
Now they're all dead. Yeah, no, what Sarura's talking about, I actually did quit this game for like a year and a half during the upcoming Klingon Civil War arc. I'm gonna laugh if it's not as bad as I remember, because I've only been through it the one time. Unfortunately, I think it's more likely it'll actually be worse than I remembered, because I was just playing it idly and with a friend. And as we've talked about many, many, many times, playing something co-op tends to elevate it. So...
When they put me here, all I knew was war. I don't remember why it started, just that there was us and the Ennis had to die. Even when the Kai came, I didn't believe. But when they found the orb and people stopped killing, things changed for me. Guess there's something to faith after all. Anyway, thanks for everything.
Looks like you're down to 1 dose of the cure. Use that to inoculate the Kai or Parker, that is. I'll administer the cure to the rest here.
Acknowledged, Doctor.
You have my thanks for all you have done for us today. May the blessings of the prophets be yours.
I mean, so far it sounds like a Anne Rice novel, Mr. Red.
Those things are attacking! Defend yourselves!
And remember, you can die now, so sit back and let me do it, because I'm a Q. Well, that one's dead. Well, that was fast.
Golan's down! Medic! Someone help him!
Oh, it's in the death. Hang on.
I'm afraid he's dead. There's nothing we can do for him.
Cool.
Though we will mourn the loss of our friend Golan, we can take comfort knowing that, at long last, he was able to leave this place for a better one. He is finally at peace, and his Pak will join the prophets in the Celestial Temple.
You want me to... Okay.
The doctor and I will stay with Opaka and her people in case the Hur'q make another attack here. Once you've cleared the way to the transport site, we'll join up with you there.
You sure you don't want me and my quantum mortars? Okay, fine. I will say this about the upcoming story arc. Many of the story arcs in early STO suck. But if we're really being honest, most of them suck because they were new, they didn't know what they were doing, or they didn't have resources, or the presentation was bad, or the voice acting was bad, or the animation was laughable, etc. The upcoming story arc has none of those excuses. Well, it has an excuse, which we will talk about when we get there. Just the one. Although I'm probably going to ask for clarification on it, because I don't remember the specifics of it off the top of my head. So yeah, enough negativity. Let's enjoy some awesomeness, shall we? So far, this has been legit. I mean, we're only 2 episodes in. Well, okay, no. We're actually over halfway through, because if you're paying attention, the Lucaria arc bleeds naturally into the Zen-kathi, which naturally goes into this one. Still. So that might be part of the interview I was talking about, Harian. So what I read, and again, I need to clarify this, so grain of salt. But from what I read, they were trying to integrate Discovery, but Discovery wasn't playing ball and giving them information and details and backing to work with. So they had a time limit while also having to wait and not really having the support they needed to do what they do. Because they reached out to the producers and creative staff at, I believe it was CBS at this point in time. The remerger hadn't happened yet. I could be wrong on the timing there. I said, hey, and they were like, yeah, no, we can't tell you the details. It's like, okay. So they kind of just made stuff up, and it shows.
Glad everyone made it out in one piece. Set up the pattern enhancer so we can beam out safely. There's no telling when the Hur'q will send reinforcements down.
Agreed. Why are you giving me orders? Stop giving me orders. You're not a first officer anymore, and even if you were, I still outrank you! I know what you're talking about, Haria. I'm talking about the Discovery thing. Correct, Sarura. From what I understand, again, I need to do my due diligence on that, see if I can find more details on that. Let's see. Let's go ahead and defeat the Hur'q. Easy task, I'll just beat a whole Hur'q fleet, nothing real. Of course I outrank a Kai. Wait. No, yeah, I totally do. I'm a Q. Think about it. The Kai reports to the Emissary reports to the Prophets, and the Prophets are toddlers compared to the Q. There you go, QED. Me gesturing made me die right there because I couldn't reach down and hit my invuln button in time. That's funny. I don't blame them, Junk Garage. We'll see what they do. I'm really hopeful. I like the Terran arc. I do. And I am hopeful that they're going to do something with it. I mean, I'm sorry. What I mean by that is I hope they're going to do more with it. Because they've already done several things, which I really like about it, and I'm really sad we're not going to stream today. And by today, I mean this week. By the way, when we do get to the Discovery arc, we've got like 8 TFOs to just sort of smash out. All of them kind of suck, for reasons we'll get to when we get there. So if anybody wants to indulge in some suckitude with me, I will appreciate the company. I mean, if you think about it, the Terran arc is what STO does best. The Discovery arc isn't. You know? The Discovery arc was trying to trying to fit into... trying to work alongside new canon as it's being established. The Terran arc is trying to reconnect old canon in ways that make sense, which is what STO's always been best at.
Let's move the ship behind the satellites and lure the Hur'q in.
I actually kind of like
Just
the
in time. Here they come.
evacuation of Mars TFO. And then we must kill Warp Core for having dissenting opinions. Death to Warp Cores! Keep blowing up on me. Getting me killed. That's the one, Sarura. So I have played it with the music on, but I'll be honest, I don't actually know what you're referencing with the music, so I guess we'll have to see in a few years when we get to that content. Whenever it's done coming out. Oh, okay. I know what you're talking about. I guess I don't mind that as much. We'll see what I think of it in review in a couple of years. Hopefully the game won't be, you know, destroyed before we get to that content. Frankly, most of the Discovery TFOs don't fit anywhere. And have no place even existing. But again, we'll discuss that when we get there. I mean, you remember the one that plays the frickin' Ride of the Valkyries while you're doing the TFO? Which really doesn't fit and gets old because that's a long mission. It's over a moon. We're going after Ja'ula and the Alachi.
Right, looks like the Hur'q have had enough for now. Let's get the rest of Opaka's people out of the colony while we can. The Hur'q might send a larger force to finish us off.
I don't know the name of it. I just remember the mission because it's burned into my brain. Because I did it 50,000 times because it was an event at the time. Ugh.
I'm glad I was able to administer the cure to the remaining prisoners while you were clearing a path to the transport site. Everyone is safely aboard, and mortal for the first time in many years. I've never seen so many people overjoyed to learn that eventually they'll die.
Thank you, Julian. It means a lot to me to have everyone out safely, especially Opaka. We have a lot to talk about, her and I. For now, I think we should return to Deep Space Nine before the Hur'q come back to settle the score.
Agreed. I've already given... Okay, Kira's already jotted down for potential positive. Good to know. Meanwhile, on my ship... Never mind. Meanwhile, not on my ship.
Welcome to Deep Space Nine.
It's me.
Emissary, our paths meet again.
Hello, Ben. It's good to hear from you.
Enjoy that. It's about all we get. Ever.
I'm glad we were able to return Opaka to Bajor safely. She's determined to follow the will of the prophets and establish a new place of worship in the Gamma Quadrant near the wormhole. Odo assures me that the Dominion are open to discussing this. We'll see. Many of us have not forgotten the fate of the new Bajor colony and the Dominion's role in that. As for me, my time as Kai is coming to an end. Opaka is the Kai that Bajor needs now. I intend to guard the Celestial Temple from the Hur'q and anyone else who would destroy the home of the Prophets. The best place to do that is Deep Space Nine, as part of Starfleet. I'll be Captain Kira the next time you see me. Thank you again for helping me bring Opaka home. I owe you one.
You're welcome. I applaud this for making a weird amount of sense. Kai Opaka may seem like a strange choice to be a spiritual leader right now, but her disconnection from all the stuff that's happened actually kind of works for her being in that role. And Kira, who has been a part of all the last horribleness, probably works better as someone who's going to be on the front lines. So, that tracks too, honestly. I mean, I'm not saying the entire Discovery arc is bad. Or, I guess, I shouldn't call it the Discovery arc. It's the Klingon arc. It's the Klingon Civil War. It's these three ones right here. I'm just saying that it's probably all bad. So.
The Dominion has asked the Alliance to send an expeditionary force into the outer reaches of their territory. The Hur'q aren't as numerous there, and we're hoping we can learn more about them while we render aid to the Dominion in that sector. Ambassador Odo will be accompanying us on his flagship, along with Captain Kira aboard the Defiant. I'll be commanding a modest Cardassian fleet as well. We'll start in the Dosi system. Our latest intelligence has discovered a Hur'q presence in that area. Meet us there at your earliest convenience.
It's a good time to mention something. I know I've actually said this before. So you know I have my Star Destroyer, which I'm very fond of. You know, the wonderful, wonderful ship. It's this one right here that I've actually flown on camera several times. There's one other ship I was very tempted by. This one, specifically. First of all, I've always liked the Cardassian ship design, and that is a beautiful ship. I love how that thing looks. It's not too shabby either, in terms of its loadout. It's got a Cardassian mobile torpedo platform as its console, which is exactly what it sounds like. It's a little heavier on the tactical and engineering side than most of the other ships I run, which is always helpful. It's a 5-3, just like the Jem'Hadar ship. I don't remember what Calm Before the Storm does. Either way, it's a nice freaking ship. And it looks cool, but eh. Yeah, it'll probably be about another year before I can afford another ship with the lifetime sub. We'll see what's come out by then, if anything.
Thank you for joining us. As you can see, we can't even defend our stations from Hur'q attacks. It's going to take a joint Alliance and Dominion effort to stop them. We are currently at the edge of the Dosi system. Thankfully, the Hur'q aren't attacking the Dosi homeworld yet. They're starting to evacuate as a precaution, however.
Where? Also, in case you missed that, Garrick's personal ship is named the CUV Tane. And there's the ship I was just referencing in action. It's the blue one right there. Very pretty ship. Smaller than my current ship, which is funny. But anyways, who are the Dosi?
The Dosi recently joined the Dominion after many years of independence. Their aggressive fondness for commerce can be troublesome, but they've managed to prove their worth to the Founders. Work on this planet was a joint project with the Karemans, and the Dominion built a station here to provide
all ships,
oversight.
Target the Hur'q and fire at will.
Victory is life!
Oh, dang it, trick. So, stacking damage resistance for 20 seconds in combat, and then weapon cycle haste and buff cooldown for 20 seconds. That looks mean. That's the kind of thing I could probably use on, like, any build, including my current one. Ow, that hurt. I'm actually out of water. That's how much victory has been life lately. That's a good question, Zactef. Obviously, having not played the fight, I have no idea. But the 7-minute timer makes it interesting, because that could either be too long or entirely too short, depending. Never warp core! Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. Putting that as a trait... Like, I actually don't have that good of traits, to be completely honest. It's one of the only things I haven't really optimized. Like, supercharged weapons? Yep, nope, that's awesome. Weapon system synergy? Yep, nope, that's good. The rest of this is just kind of a whatever. It's just stuff I happen to have. And don't mistake me, I level up every ship I get, but most of the ships I get are the event ships. And you know, a lot of that's kind of situational.
I can see you're a handy person to have around. And while I'd like to put this system far behind us, I believe we should find out what we can about the Hur'q and their reasons for being here. While we still can, of course. The Hur'q may decide to send more ships here.
Very well, Counselor. Ironically, there's several Ryzian ships that had traits I wish I'd gotten, but those were in periods when I'd quit the game. So... whoops.
This planet appears to have been abandoned some time ago. No life signs detected. Sensors indicate an extensive network of defunct mines. I'm reading residual levels of dilithium, topoline, chemosite, and several components used in the production of Ketracel White. How curious. Of what use would this world be to the Hur'q? It's clearly of no value to the Dominion. Wait. I'm reading more Hur'q inbound.
They're going for the station.
Oh yeah, Kira's in her uniform now, consequently. Her other uniform. So, yeah, I've seen the Gagarin trait. That trait is hysterical. What ship has Seek and Destroy?
We should scan the station once we're done with these Hur'q.
So, what could be bad about a 7-minute time limit? A lot of things. Let's say that you have a really, really intense fight, and it's super amazing and engaging, but you only have 7 minutes to do it, so you need a certain amount of DPS to go through it. So if you don't, you suck and you have to start the whole thing over. That sucks. Imagine if it's a fight that's really, really boring, and you just have to sit there and slog through it for 7 minutes with nothing to do. So that would be bad. Superior area denial? I repeat my question. What has that? Yeah, 7 minutes is actually pretty long for a single fight in a video game. Come on, there we go.
The station is a basic resource transport hub, not exceptionally old. No life signs on sensors. It looks abandoned. I'm picking up trace levels of mineral resources in several storage areas, but there's nothing of note here, unless the Hur'q are driven solely to consume an assortment of minerals. This is a very interesting place, in that it's completely uninteresting to everyone but the Hur'q.
I don't think we're going to get the answers we're looking for here. Frickin' lockbox ships. Oh, there we go.
Don't go to warp just yet. We're picking up a distress signal over here. You should take a look. Looks like it's a Ferengi signal of uncertain origin coming from the Karema system. I seem to recall Quark mentioning some business with the Karemans recently. This can't be a coincidence. We should look into this. Quark might have bitten off more than he can chew again.
By the way, you want to know how big the Jem'Hadar dreadnoughts are? Remember how stupidly big my ship is? Well, that's a Jem'Hadar dreadnought right next to it.
Is that really a good use of our time? The Karemans are very resourceful. They design a considerable number of weapons and defense systems for the Dominion. I'm confident they can deal with the Hur'q on their own. As for Quark, he's quite capable of getting himself out of trouble. Trouble, I might add, that he had no business getting into in the first place.
I must say, Ambassador, I'm shocked. I know Quark's a gambler, but I never realized you were as well. Karema is a part of the Dominion, and an important one at that. Is losing their tactical and technological resources to the Hur'q wise?
Very well. Since I can see there's no talking you out of this, I'll accompany you to Karema. We're ready to go warp when you are. Let's get this over with.
I love that little interplay there. Second. Gotta make a note.
Where did all these ships come from?
Yeah, it's a mean fleet right there.
And here we are, the Karema system. Let's find out what Quark needs, deal with it, and move on.
I'm sorry, what's going on here?
Far be it for me to question the word of a founder, but that is a very large Dominion fleet I'm reading on sensors. I only mention it because we were led to believe Odo's fleet was the last. I trust there's a reasonable explanation for this miscommunication.
Garrick, the Dominion flagship's hailing us?
Your presence is not required here. Explain yourself.
Ah. You. We're responding to a distress call.
As are we. Karema is part of the Dominion. We are here to assist them, if they wish it.
If they wish it?
The Karemans are proud. If they wish to stand alone and deal with the Hur'q, we will certainly accommodate them. Should they decide to ask for aid, we will gladly assist them. The point may soon be moot, however. Karemans are known for their potent weapons and defense systems.
I thought you only had one remaining fleet.
Odo commands an expeditionary fleet. It is his to use in a mission to seek and destroy the Hur'q as he sees fit. My fleet is a defense fleet. It seems the distinction was not made clear to you. How unfortunate.
We would like to assist the Karemans.
I will take responsibility for their actions in Kareman space. One of our operatives requires immediate extraction.
You're quite persistent, aren't you? Very well. In the spirit of our newfound pact with the Alliance, I will allow you to proceed, albeit at your own risk. Exercise caution, Odo. It would be tragic for you to come so far, only to end it all here over Karema.
It seems we're not getting the whole story here.
Duh!
So, business as usual.
Exactly, Captain.
If you've been paying proper attention, and by the way, this story is absolutely getting a Babylon 5+ by itself. There's already been a lot of bricklaying for what's going on here. I say a lot, maybe I'm over-exaggerating, but I can think of at least 5 separate indications so far of what's going on here. And all of which are so quiet and subtle that I will freely admit I missed almost all of them my first time through. Looking assemblies. Hold on. Is that DOS, right? Okay, we're good. That's insanity, Sarura. And considering how many carrier ships I use, maybe I should try and... I don't know. I guess I can't make that happen, can I? Because that's a lockbox ship. I got lucky with the Juggernaut. Yeah, or dump a huge amount of money on a bundle, which... Of course, Warp Core. Still leaning towards getting the low buy from that, but I'm actually not 100% on that yet. Now, I'm still debating just picking up the Atlas to get the DPRM. Because the DPRM is stupid.
My sensors are showing a broad band of interference in the area. It's jamming the standard Kareman hailing frequencies. Might I suggest giving them a new, more secure frequency to use for communications?
I'll send them a new frequency.
Hello? Can you hear me? We need help, and fast!
Most of our planetary defense lines are in danger of being overrun by the Hur'q. We tried to evacuate, but the Jem'Hadar fleet opened fire on our ships when they broke orbit. We're trapped!
The Jem'Hadar Odo?
Combat is notoriously chaotic. I'm sure there's a reasonable explanation for that. One best pursued after we find Quark and help the Karemans.
Alright.
I wonder. Ah, yes. We should try to find Quark soon. It's quite possible he's the only Ferengi on the planet. A deep-range sensor scan should locate him.
Well, then do it. One Ferengi life sign, surrounded by a handful of Krem and a large member of Hur'q.
Finally. I was beginning to wonder if anyone would come. It took you long enough. Is Garrick with you? Tell him. I found the package, so he better get here fast if he wants it in one piece. Running out of time here. The Hur'q are closing in. Get me out of here now! Or Odo's lifelong wish will finally come true.
We're on our way, Quark.
We need to get Quark out quickly, before he has an encounter with the Hur'q of the fatal variety. Let's go down together while Captain Kira and the Ambassador cover our ships in orbit. We'll have to beam down outside of Quark's location. I suggest bringing some pattern enhancers along. We may need them to beam out once we find him.
Agreed. Like I said, the actors brought their A-game. Unlike some previous alumni I could mention. I think you're right, Junk Garage, because I know what you're talking about. Some of the recording, especially for the stuff before this, was just kind of...
We're about as close to Quark's last known location as we can get with transporters. I'm afraid we'll have to make the rest of the journey the old-fashioned way. Shall we? Quark's life sign is near here. Let's try to find a way in. How convenient! We've found a hidden path. Let's have a look. Interesting. The metal in the walls here completely scatters my sensors. Ah, more Hur'q. It seems we're in the right place.
Whoa! Jesus! Him. Garrick.
My tricorder shows a Ferengi life sign beyond that rather secure door. Unfortunately, the Kareman security system is beyond me. Given time, I could crack it, but we're running low on that commodity. There are a number of Kareman life signs nearby, however. One of them might be able to help us reach Quark.
Oh yeah, tell me about it, Plagand. So yeah, for those of you wondering part of the issues here, a lot of my particular setup is more focused towards shields, because duh. Shields are ignored by melee. Which, honestly, is probably a mistake in the game design if we're being completely blunt, but I've already made that point. I think I have emergency weapon cycle. Nope, I am wrong. God, I don't have anything. Meh, whatever. Be free.
Am I glad to see you? Thought for sure we'd be safe from those things down here. Caves do a number on sensors and transporters, but that didn't slow them down much. Filthy creatures. A If you don't mind my asking, why are you here? You're not with Kremen Defense. Are you mercenaries? Private security?
Nope. We're looking for a Ferengi.
That'd be Quark, then. Only Ferengi around here that I know of, anyway. He's in a secure vault, not far from here, with another VIP. Look, I owe you my life, but I don't have the code to get to Quark. There are others nearby. One of them should have it. Help them, and I'll make sure they open the door for you. I swear it.
Okay. On emergency power to weapons, which I actually do have on my bar. Half power weapon cost for 30 seconds. Increased cycle haste for 30 seconds. See, that's basic, but good. And yeah, I could probably replace...
The door's right there. I'll stay here while you save everyone.
Multiple traits for that. One thing I keep meaning to do and I've never gotten around to, you see that locked trait right there, the fleet one? That thing is just so ludicrously expensive, I've never gotten around to actually buying the damn thing. I'm not sure I ever will, honestly. It's just... God, it's so expensive. Oh yeah, let's see how much money we get from a Universal. 150k. I mean, that's a small amount. Arbiter battle cruiser, huh? That got me curious. That thing? Of course, it's $30, as they all are. Yeah, there it is. Emergency weapon cycle. Also comes with a universal cloak.
Thanks for the timely rescue. I don't suppose you'd be willing to turn a blind eye to all the contraband you've seen down here? It'd save me the trouble of shooting you later.
Excuse me?
Kidding. I was kidding. You know, humor. Do they have that on your planet?
No.
Anyway, you're clearly not Kremen police, so what brings you down here?
Yeah, no, I'm a Betazoid. We don't know what humor is. We're looking for a Ferengi named Quark.
Oh, Quark, yeah, I know him. Little guy, big ears, flashy dresser. I hear he owns a moon. And we locked him up in a secure room when the shooting started. Big spender like that should be kept safe. Tell you what, help us out with all these Nurks, Gurks, and whatever you call them. Help us, and I'll help you. Deal?
Deal. Do I farm to lithium? No. Do I convert it to Zen? God, it's so
the
sad.
The other Dominion ships just left the system. We're on our own.
Oh, that's bad.
All right, I'll wait for you here. Try not to die, okay?
Speaking of which, where are we at today? Nope, can't refine yet. Buttons, oh my goodness. Get those Borg nanites going, quickly, quickly! I could always do more ship buying stuff, but I tend to go in cycles, you know what I mean? And I had my latest cycle, like, 2 months ago, when I was getting ready for this run. All 3 of the ships I've been using this run, I put together those builds, you know, this year. I'm good for a while.
Thought that was it. I was gonna get eaten by one of those things. Can't say I like that idea much, so, thanks, whoever you are. You're not police or military, well, Kremen military anyway. What brought you down here to the middle of hell?
Looking for a Ferengi.
Oh, him. Think I saw my brother and some of his men hustle the little grifter into a vault before those monsters got in here. Good luck getting him out of there. Wait, that was rude. You just saved my life. Let me return the favor. One of my brother's people should be able to open the door for you. Find them, and you're all set.
We've helped the rest. Let's go get Quark. So yeah, put simply, Venters, good luck turning dilithium into Zen nowadays. The dilithium market is completely broken. In fact, I actually gave the game a negative for how broken it is.
Perhaps waiting here would be best.
The
And
outer world
here
is
we
still
all
a
are,
mess.
alive and kicking. Wonderful. We had a deal, and I'm not about to back out on it, especially since you're all so well armed and cranky. Not the kind of people I want to cross.
Smart. Less smart.
Yeah, that can't be good. Door's open. You'd better get a move on. Your pal sounds a little stressed.
Uh-oh. A big one. Oh, never mind. That's still a medium one. Never mind. We're okay. We're okay. We haven't accounted the big ones yet. I mean, honestly, the Hur'q are kind of terrifying. Let's just be real about this. 7-foot-tall insects that are here to eat you? Yeah, no. That's a bit messed. Exactly, Trithon. And I'm hungry. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Okay, hang on. Let's see if the portal to the sun can hit it. Nope. Okay. Let's see. Oh, there we go. We got it. We got it. Just needed some AoE.
It's good to see you too, Quark. I see your mission was a successful one as well.
Yes, Garrick, I found your mysterious widget. What is it exactly? It's not Karemin tech. They found it a few days before I got here. I haven't had a lot of time to analyze it, thanks to the Hur'q.
I see. Thank you, Quark. This narrows things down considerably.
It does. Good. That makes it more valuable.
Indeed it does, my friend. Indeed it does.
The MacGuffin is ours. Whoa.
Not the liberators I was expecting, but thank you nonetheless.
You're welcome.
I'm First Minister Bakelba. Our situation has gone from bad to worse, and we have the Dominion to thank for it.
In what way?
Those of us on the edge of the Dominion were abandoned when the invasion began. In light of that, we voted to secede, to truly stand alone. The Dominion stood by while the Hur'q attacked us. We held off the invasion for a while, but their numbers are great. When we asked for aid, the Dominion refused. When we tried to evacuate, their fleet opened fire. They mean to punish us for our defiance.
Yeah, they're the Dominion. Where have you been for the last 50 years?
Well, First Minister, it looks like my distress call was heard. We're saved. Thank you. Looks like your reputation for getting things done is well deserved.
You're welcome.
And as for you, Garrick, you and I need to have a long discussion. Seems you forgot to mention that Karema was under a Dominion blockade and in the middle of a Hur'q invasion. Do Cardassians go senile? Oh, don't answer that. I don't want to know. What I do know is you're not paying me enough for this aggravation.
Calm down, Quark. You're fine now. Let's get out of here. And yeah, the Dominion are actually being positively benign compared to how they used to operate.
The Hur'q are leaving. For now.
If that sounds like a joke, it super isn't.
It would appear that the Hur'q burrowed this way to bypass the doors above. And unlike most burrowing creatures, the Hur'q actually ate their way through the ground.
Cool. I can't wait to get in my fortification and have it bypassed by someone who's hungry.
Good luck with the revolution, Minister. You'll need it. You'll be hearing from me soon, Garrick.
I'm looking forward to it.
You won't when you see my bill.
And now that we're past that unpleasantness, I think it's time we had a chat with Ambassador Odo, particularly about this technological wonder we've acquired.
What is it exactly?
I have my suspicions, of course. Suffice it to say, I believe you'll find its purpose of great interest to all concerned parties. My main curiosity lies in what the Ambassador will have to say about it. I propose we get to the bottom of this together.
Agreed.
Excellent.
You know, I have a combat... Okay, whatever. We just all switched to the arm things at some point. Klingon tech has outtaken us. Or overtaken.
What is this?
We're just here to talk. We're literally just here to talk.
Stand down, all of you. To what do I owe this unexpected visit?
I hope you'll forgive the intrusion, Ambassador. We need to speak in person.
What are you up to, Garrick?
That's a very good question. What's this about exactly?
It's in regard to this device we found on Karema. Do you know what it is?
No idea. Some new Kareman military tech, perhaps?
Interesting. But no. The Karemans didn't make this. But it is a Dominion creation.
You can tell because it's gray and purple.
Its purpose?
I'm sure I have no idea, Ambassador. It does emit a signal, however. It's quite similar to that used by the Hur'q. Perhaps I should turn it on and show you?
There's no need for that.
I don't like where this is going, Garrick.
Nor I, Captain. You see, I found a similar device. On Bajor.
On Bajor? When?
Right after the recent Hur'q attack, I'm afraid. Captain, scan the device. You'll find the soil residue on it is of Bajoran origin.
It does. It's from the Kendra province. Well, that doesn't mean that Odo...
Enough, Nerys. I can't have you defending me on this.
What?
Garrick's right. These devices called the Hur'q, and we put them there.
Explain. Now.
We needed the Alliance's help immediately. There wasn't time for summits or diplomacy. So I found a high-value target and led the Hur'q to it. I also took steps to make sure their attack would fail. Bajor was never at risk. You have to understand that.
You put my entire planet at risk. People died, Odo.
Nerys!
Save it. I've heard enough.
Please continue, Odo. You were saying?
I did what I needed to do to bring the Alliance into the war. I lied. Risked the lives of millions to save billions more. But there's more to this than a staged Hur'q attack. The other founders are hiding things from me. If I challenge them now, I'll have no chance to find out what. So, for now, I have to play the part.
Well, you're doing a great job of that, Odo. Or should I say, founder?
Trust me when I say I understand your position, Odo. The captain, on the other hand...
I know. I have a strong lead, but I'll need your help to move on it.
You know how to reach me. It seems you are a gambler, Odo, and a high-stakes one at that.
You have no idea.
I love that scene, by the way. I absolutely love that scene. The pain in Kira's voice. The fact that Garrick rather, like, passively approves of Odo's tactic. The fact that Odo would go with that tactic to begin with. The implication that despite being a founder and having his own Jem'Hadar fleet, that Odo feels powerless. That there is very clearly more going on here within the Dominion. Not even regarding just the galaxy, but just within the Dominion that Odo is trying to figure out. God, that's a good frickin' scene. You just missed one of the best scenes in this arc, Ross. I'm not actually making that up. I'm about to give it multiple positives. Your timing. You literally, it just finished. You can tell. I just alt-tab to start taking my notes. I'm thinking that's a 3 positive cutscene. I think that cutscene is awesome. It is so Trek. It's got balls, like Kay said. It knows exactly what it's doing and how it's doing it. It's dark, but not too dark. That's important. A lot of writers don't understand that. Trek is ultimately optimistic. That doesn't mean it shouldn't be dark. It just means you need to be very careful about how you navigate that, right? What Odo just did is pretty horrific in many ways, but it's very understandable, and it's not being done from a position of malice. And yet, for all the grand scale of what's going on here, this is also what Star Trek is awesome about, because this is a character scene. This is a moment between Odo and Kira, and Odo and Garrick. For all the big stakes, that's the focus, and I love it. And yeah, if Odo screwed up, if the dice wasn't there, let's put this as bluntly as we can. If we were not there over Bajor, there's a good chance Bajor would have fallen. We saw what happened to Deep Space Nine. We saw what happened to the fleet that was there to defend it. He showed up with his Jem'Hadar fleet to reinforce, but he got there a bit late. And we already had taken a pounding from the Zen-kathi. Yeah, the Zen-kathi very nearly screwed everything up. And again, yeah, you get across all the things I talked about. Odo's desperation, Odo's fear, Kira's pain. I don't know what else to call that. Like, she sounds like she's angry, but I'm going to go ahead and jump in here. Kira's not angry. Kira's hurt. Kira's shocked. The idea that Odo would do this is something that didn't even cross her mind. She immediately, and without hesitation, jumped up to defend him. Just, what? Oh, okay. Yeah, this is betrayal. Personal betrayal. Oh, and I don't want to give away too much, but did you notice that the camera made sure to keep both Loris and Weyoun in the camera during most of that scene? That itself does 2 important things, narratively speaking. First, it helps to emphasize how most of the Founders, even Odo, think of their servants, their furniture. Second of all, their reactions were completely different. Weyoun was pleased, amused even, by how this was turning out. Loris was quietly horrified. And that says quite a bit about it. And yeah, that's why I was like, hey, so let's see what they're talking about.
I'm surprised to see you here, Weyoun. Aren't you usually at your founder's side, hanging on her every word?
It is a message from said founder that brings me here now. She would remind you of your purpose, to serve the Dominion as a whole.
How kind of you to deliver the message in person. Thank you for your service. As for my service, the ambassador shares his wisdom and guidance with me. Truly, he is a most benevolent god. Why should I not serve him? He is a founder, after all.
Serve the founders, yes, but also serve them well. Do recall the fate of your predecessor. She thought she served the founders well, quite possibly to the moment her unfortunate life came to its conclusion. As we both know, she was greatly mistaken.
The same could be said for your predecessor as well, dear Weyoun. Have you forgotten his sins? I know the founders haven't.
Hey!
This is a private conversation. Unless you're here on a matter of the utmost importance, I suggest you find someone else to speak with. Somewhere else.
Apologies. Oh yeah, a very, very minor thing to point out here. Loris is Odo's personal Vorta. Most founders have like one Vorta they like to work with, like Weyoun to the female founder. I'm pretty sure he has been rubbing off on her, no question. But more to the point, if you remember, even back in the 2800, one of the interesting character tidbits for her was that she wasn't evil. Oh, she was a loyal servant and blah, blah, blah. But when she was shown, you remember when she was shown those recordings, for example, of all the atrocities towards the end of the war, her response was to be like, oh my god! She also gives a dumb animation, but still, her response was to be horrified by it.
Quite the revelation, don't you think? It will be interesting to see how the powers that be respond to all this. For now, I think it's best to keep this in the purview of the diplomats. Let's return to our ships. There'll be more time to speak about this matter later.
We already killed Los. Or did we imprison him? I think we actually imprisoned him, my bad. Dukan Rex?
It is not my place to question the will of the Founders. Your mind, however, is your own. Do with it as you will, but be warned. The Founders do not appreciate betrayal. If the Alliance withdraws from their pact with the Dominion, the consequences could be severe.
For everyone. Remember that. Odo?
I need you to understand that Bajor was never at risk. We took precautions. I made sure that my fleet was in position to neutralize the Hur'q in time.
I've already given my thoughts on that. What about Karama?
Karama was not my decision. Do you honestly think I'd take part in a plot to bring allies to our side, and then move to wipe out another group of allies? As I said to Garrick, there is more to this than we know. I'm going to find out what and why. I hope you're inclined to join me when the time comes.
Odo, I do have your back. All I'm asking is that you have mine. I have to beam up.
Visits to the Dominion are always so enlightening, don't you think? I suspect we've just begun to discover what the Founders are playing at here, and that concerns me greatly. After today, the wrath of Captain Kira may be the least of Odo's concerns. I do feel we need to continue working with him, however. It may be the only way we learn the true intentions of the Dominion. With that in mind, I'll contact you when we're ready to move forward with his plan.
Of course.
Odo's found something intriguing in the Masan system. Something the Founders want no one to know about, even one of their own. That certainly piques my curiosity. I'll meet you in the Masan system. Odo wants to travel incognito this time. I trust you'll be able to deliver him and that surly Jem'Hadar bodyguard of his to the Masan system intact. One more thing. I've taken the liberty of informing Captain Kira, and she'll be joining us as well. After the Karema incident, she's taken a personal interest in high-level Dominion activity, particularly where Ambassador Odo is involved.
I can't imagine why. I was actually thinking immediately after this mission, go ahead and do Swarm. And we'll definitely have time for it tonight, so anybody wants to join me for Swarm, well, you probably have some time, like half an hour at least, but... Yeah, just go ahead and meet up on Nukara. I'll try not to screw around quite as much. What do we had on gameplay? Damn it, Flag Ant. I'm gonna grab a drink while this is loading. Ultimately, I think it's because Garrick really is kind of helping out with the good guys at this point. But more to the point, I think he does have enough respect for Odo and Kira to make that happen. But there's also a pragmatic reason. There's an old rule about lies and deception. The longer they go on, the more damage they do when they're revealed. So, best to rip that Band-Aid off the moment he could. And you notice he did it as soon as he could. Like, the moment he had proof. Boop. Hey, Odo.
I only recently learned of the station here. It's very old and very well concealed, even from Vorta and Jem'Hadar. From what I can tell, the Founders studied alien life here, including the Hur'q. We may be able to recover useful tactical data on them from the station's computers.
Were you expecting those Dominion ships over there?
No, and that concerns me. This is supposed to be an abandoned facility. Take us into comms range and open a hailing frequency. Let me do the talking. I should be able to make any Vorta or Jem'Hadar fall into line if things get difficult.
Agreed. Helm?
So far so good. They're not targeting us.
Where's...
Entering the Dominion systems without authorization has become a bad habit of yours, one I have grown weary of. You've shown a singular talent for annihilating the Hur'q. I suggest you return to that before my patience with your insolence expires.
By the way, those aren't just two random Jem'Hadar ships. Those are Jem'Hadar dreadnoughts. The big ones. The ones that are bigger than my ship.
There's no need for this posturing, Founder. We're here on official business under my authority.
Odo, it seems to be a day for defiance and bad habits. You do not have the authority to grant access to this system. It is restricted to all but those of the highest level, a level you do not possess. Now then, I suggest you leave immediately.
I hope you caught that. What was hinted at in the previous scene is now being laid out bare. Odo does not have access to a Dominion facility. Let me say that again in case I'm not clear. A Founder does not have access to a Dominion facility. Why is this significant? This is something that was briefly and barely hinted at in DS9, but has ultimately always been kind of in the background of the Dominion. The idea that the Founders are all equal. They're all at the same level and same line. Now, we are now confirming something that we've hinted at. Something that we've suspected for some time. That they're not. That there actually is a hierarchy and a form of tiering to the Founders. We know this is possible because of what happened with Loss in the New Link. Loss was able to assert control and domination over the New Link, not in the traditional sense, but by virtue of misleading information and prevention of information.
Fire to disable. Odo must not be harmed.
Now, lady, I know you don't know me, but I've been to Time. It just doesn't have the same ring to it, even though it's more impressive if you think about it.
Dominion forces, this is Counselor Garrick aboard the Tame. Cease hostilities. Consider that your first and only warning.
We must protect the Founder. All ships, disengage!
You certainly know how to make my days more interesting. An ancient Dominion research facility, guarded by the leader of the Founders? A cloaked fleet pales in comparison, but it's the best I can add to the mix.
Glad you can make it, Garrick.
I wouldn't have missed it for the world. The fact that the Founder was willing to fire on one of her own speaks volumes on this station's worth. I look forward to discovering its secrets.
And yes, that is correct, Ross.
Since when does the Founder stand guard duty, Odo?
She doesn't. Let's find out what she's hiding.
We don't have a lot of time. We may have held off the Founder for now, but she'll be back, and she'll bring friends. Let's get down there and find what we came here for, before every Jem'Hadar in the Quadrant shows up.
I couldn't agree more, Captain. Why don't you and the Ambassador join the away team while I remain on guard with my fleet?
I thought you wanted to guide some secrets, Garrick.
On any other day, I'd be the first to beam down. However, after the Karema incident, I believe both the Captain and the Ambassador need to discover the truth of this station together. Call it a trust-building exercise.
That's diplomatic of you, Garrick.
Captain Kira makes a good point. Let's get this over with before it gets even more complicated than it already is.
Sure, I'll beam us down. Right, I'm supposed to use the ship's transporters. Sorry.
Looks like the station's running on auxiliary power. We've got life support, basic lighting, not much else. If we're gonna get anything useful out of this relic, we'll need to get the main power back online.
Agreed.
Stay vigilant. We have no idea what to expect here.
I need to write down Dukan Rex while we're on the subject here. That's because he is Triaxia. Doesn't mean he's going to bite you. He's just ready to bite you. Yeah, I gotta be careful. The right hand's creation and alteration. This one's destruction and removal, so we gotta be careful with that.
Well done. Main power is back online. We'll be able to access other systems, including the data core. Let's find an access console and see what's in there. Hopefully the data files aren't corrupted beyond repair.
Now, I need to mention something because it's going to be relevant later. We're mostly a side character in this story. It works because the characters are engaging, have good dynamic with each other, and still rely on us. We're still a relevant part of the narrative, not just the gameplay. I'm bringing this up because, spoilers, one of my biggest complaints about the next story arc is that they do everything I just said wrong. In the next story arc, we're nothing more than a visitor, an observer in someone else's story. And in many ways, if you literally just removed us from the equation, nothing has changed at all. And they don't actually rely on us, and they don't have good dynamic with each other, and the characters are not interesting. I just bring this up because this is something, if you're paying attention, I've complained about many times over in Final Fantasy XIV, where a lot of its side stories are side stories that have nothing to do with us, that we might as well not even be a part of, and the story is completely unchanged. It's a huge complaint of mine in most of the raid series in FF14. So, like, it works here, and I'm relieved about that, because I was worried it wouldn't, because, again, that's a big complaint of mine. WoW makes this same mistake, too, by the way. Guild Wars 2, I think, is the only MMO that doesn't fall into this trap. Because most MMOs make this mistake. And if you're wondering why, well, it's because most MMOs' main characters aren't. They're not characters. And it's hard to write a story around a character who isn't, you know?
This terminal is in poor shape. None of the files are accessible. Considering their age, I'm not terribly surprised. The Founders wouldn't keep a place like this hidden to protect dust and broken files. Let's check all the data terminals and consoles in the area. That one over there looks reasonably intact.
I was about to say, Trihex, we're playing STO now, man. I don't know what to add to that.
Research Report 4121.63, Dominion Reckoning. My fellow Founders, the Mesan Research Station is fully operational. As we continue to add worlds to our sphere of influence, our studies of xenobiology become more important. We must know all we can of both friend and foe. We need every advantage we can find if we are to achieve true dominion. Our Premier project is underway. You'll recall the recently discovered race of tree dwellers, hunted as we once were. Genetic engineering of these solids has produced considerable results. Their intelligence has increased by a factor of 3 so far. We predict this species will be the first of many loyal servitors and vassals.
Interesting. And yes, that's the Vorta.
She's talking about the Vorta. The date she gave was nearly 2,000 years ago, not long after the Dominion was founded. This facility's older than we thought. Much older.
Research Report 4653.15, Dominion Reckoning. Our scouts have discovered an interesting species of solids at the edge of the Dominion. They are a species of sentient insectoids that live primarily underground. We may not have detected them were it not for a thorough geological scan. Initial studies have revealed that these solids are based on germanium. I've attached bioscan data we collected on them for your review. I've dispatched a research unit to study these burrows further. They may be just what we need for the military initiative.
Burrowing sentient insectoids. Germanium-based. She must be talking about the Hur'q. Judging by the date, the Founders made first contact with the Hur'q nearly 2,000 years ago.
And yeah, for perspective, this is about the 5th century, give or take, in Earth history, when the Dominion was founded.
Research Report, Dominion date 7021.27. More data has arrived on the cadre species 484 designation, burrows. Their world's unusual orbital path has taken it out of the habitable zone. As a result, the burrows have retreated underground and entered a state of hibernation. While dormant, a smaller servitor race tends to the burrows. They also maintain their shared habitat and technology. I've instructed the field team to take advantage of their dormancy period, and they are now conducting aggressive studies of these intriguing solids. My team initiated first contact protocols with the borrowers prior to their mass dormancy. They found them to be friendly and intelligent, if not willful. We've identified a common element in their food supply. Manipulation of this element may prove useful in subjugating them.
Intelligent? Friendly?
Unbelievable. It sounds like the Founders made first contact with the Hur'q in order to find a way to conquer them. It's like Hur'q says, the bigger the smile, the sharper the knife.
Let's keep looking.
Research Report 7903.01, Dominion Reckoning. Cadre Species 468, designation Jem'Hadar, is a massive success. They will be the strong arm of our Dominion, guided by our cunning, brilliant Vorta. The toil of these vassals will allow us to spend more time in the link with those we hold most dear.
She sounds so proud.
The birth of the Jem'Hadar as seen through a Founder's eyes. Interesting. No mention of the Hur'q, however. Their designation number was lower than ours. They were our predecessors. Perhaps something went wrong? Something that led the Founders to reject and abandon them for a different species. Us.
Research Report Dominion Date 8183.67. The Burrowers have emerged once again, and in a hostile state. They have taken to the stars, moving from sector to sector, attacking anyone that crosses their path. Their goal is not one of conquest, but of consumption. They leave nothing but dead worlds in their wake. Though we do not understand their newfound savagery, we have found a use for it. When the Burrowers set their sights on a world, we offer the inhabitants a choice. Those that submit to our Dominion rule are defended by the Jem'Hadar. Those that don't serve as an object lesson to others.
Sound familiar?
So, the Founders have been using the Hur'q to manipulate others for some time now. Bend the knee to the Dominion, or we'll stand back and let them ravage your world. Only now something's different. Something's changed. They can't keep the Hur'q in line with the Jem'Hadar anymore. And we're all paying the price.
Research Report 8532.38. Our scouts have returned from a wormhole expedition. The solid races on the other side are primitive and unremarkable, save for one. They are called Klingons, and show a singular talent for violence, one that rivals our own Jem'Hadar. Left unchecked, these savage creatures could become dangerous enemies. While the Klingons are too willful to subjugate, their genetic material could produce viable cohorts to the Jem'Hadar, or their replacements. We have begun development of a new cadre species, designation Thakiri, using demons from Klingon folklore for inspiration. As with Jem'Hadar, we have bound them to our service with the White. We will test them in combat on the Klingons themselves. Research Report Supplemental Entry 8671.71, Dominion Reckoning. Somehow the Vakari have broken the hold of the White and turned on their rightful masters. Most of our research team were killed. Intelligence reports suggest a union between the Vakari and a Klingon warlord known as Mullah. Perhaps this will lead to a state of mutually assured destruction on Kronos. One can only hope.
So, if you ever wondered why the demons of Klingon folklore are real, it's because they were built.
So it would seem. Only they lost control of them, despite the use of Ketracel White. Based on what we know about Thakiri, it seems the price they paid for their freedom was insanity. They became the monsters they were based on.
Unfortunate for all concerned.
Research Report 9076.23. Final entry. I am weary. Soon I'll return to the Great Link, and I will be glad to be rid of this place. The Borrowers have emerged again. We can barely control them this time. The Jem'Hadar were able to divert their onslaught at great cost. Rather than counterattack, they went through the wormhole to seek easier prey. Our agents in the other quadrants report that the Burrow assault was a sweeping one, going as far as Kronos. Hopefully they'll devour every atom of that wretched planet. The Burrowers will eventually return to dormancy. Strangely, It appears that some of their forces intend on remaining in the other quadrants. It seems they have a long-term goal. Galactic devastation.
So that's when the Hur'q actually interacted with the Klingons.
Yes, they knew the Hur'q problem was getting worse even then. Instead of preparing or seeking allies, they expanded the Dominion. And when the Hur'q re-emerged, they tried to deal with it on their own, and failed. Their arrogance may lead to the end of the Dominion. We need to get this data to the Alliance, all of it, even the damaged and corrupted files. There has to be information we can use in here.
Agreed.
I'm picking up something on my tricorder. There was a massive power spike on a lower deck, and now I'm reading a large number of systems cycling up. Something's happening down there.
Let's go investigate.
Agreed. Take your team and Captain Kira down to investigate. I'll remain here and pull as much of the data as possible. We won't get another chance at this.
It won't be long. And yeah, there was actually a theory running around for a while that I've heard from quite a few people, that the Iconians actually built the Fakiri, since the Fakiri are actually tangible things in STO. Ow.
We must be close to the core. Hope we don't have to leave in a hurry. There's no way our ships can lock onto us down here with transporters.
Not exactly an optimal exit strategy.
Tell me about it. Let's stay focused on the mission. Now that we're closer to the signal, I'm getting better readings on my tricorder. I'm no doctor, but I'm pretty sure everything that came online down here has some sort of medical purpose.
Something else on your mind?
I'm still uncertain about Odo. I need to be sure he's still not a part of all this.
What are your concerns?
The Odo I knew wouldn't have risked Bajor like that. This Odo seems arrogant and reckless, even dangerous.
Let's keep an eye on him after we regroup. So there's some Fakiri if you don't recognize them. But yes, the Hur'q have been going into hibernation and then breaking out, and then going into hibernation and breaking out for literally millennia. About 2 of them. And each time, the Dominion has used their forces to try and shove them away until they go back into hibernation again to weather the storm, so to speak.
Well, that answers one question. These are medical stasis pods. Judging by what we heard upstairs, I think the occupants are Fakiri.
Yep.
It gets worse. I'm picking up life signs ahead. I'll bet some of the stasis pods down here have opened. From what we know about the Fakiri, they probably won't be happy to see us. Worf and Martok need to see this.
No kidding they do. Is Bajor a Federation member? Yes. Is Cardassia? I don't think so. But they're very close allies at this point. In fact, I'm pretty sure Cardassia is part of the Detapa Council, to be more clear, is part of the Alliance. Pretty sure. Well.
I'm picking up traces of Ketracel white in these tanks. The Dominion probably manufactured it here to keep the Fakiri in line, and took it with them when they left the facility. So, we have a station full of angry Fakiri with no way to pacify them.
Cool.
We've got company, and they don't look friendly.
Wow, how long has it been since we fought Fakiri? That was one of the first things we did in this entire run.
We're lucky there were only a few of them. I don't want to be around if all of these Fakiri wake up. Let's see if we can find some way to keep the rest of these pods from opening.
Well, let's see what we can find. Eh.
By the prophets.
What? Oh. Okay, yeah, there's a couple.
More incoming. We need an exit plan. Fast.
I've probably got this. I am a Q, after all. That's a good question, Chthon. And a question, honestly, better saved for the next story arc. Unfortunately.
Odo Takira, we're on our way to assist you.
What, you don't like my freeze ray, Triaxia? Do I need to start making, Mr. Freeze puns? Nice to see you! I like how we're fighting the boss cowardice, by the way.
Nerys, are you...
I'll manage. Let's get out of here while we can.
Victory is life.
Take a drink. Now I got some water.
So is Raktajino, but I don't say it every 5 seconds.
I think we've worn out our welcome. Garrick informs me that a number of unidentified vessels are emerging from hidden bays throughout the station. To make matters worse, the Hur'q have arrived. They're beginning to assault the station as we speak, and I don't need to tell you how that will end. It's time to leave.
Let's leave, then. Preferably now.
Looks like the Hur'q followed us down here.
Like they do.
I wonder what they want in here.
Correct, Darth Tyrant. Effectively the third to most recent
moving.
arc.
We're almost there.
I shouldn't say effectively.
no.
It is the third to most recent arc. Now that's interesting.
Hold your fire. I think it's trying to communicate.
Catch that?
You might be right. Listen. Are you insane?
No. That's the bad part. Hang on, Wayun. Let me just put up a couple things. Just give me a second. It's mood lighting. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. There we go. Okay.
I'm relieved to see you well. It's fortunate we arrived when we did. A moment later, and that creature would have attacked the Founder.
The situation was well under control.
Odo wasn't in any danger, Wayun. That Hur'q was peaceful. It was trying to communicate with us.
That's your opinion. Mine is that a Founder was in danger of being attacked by a member of an aggressive species. My duty was clear, as is my conscience. We're wasting time here, Captain. The station is on the verge of being overrun by the Hur'q. If you want to communicate with them some more, you're free to do so, but I recommend we leave immediately.
They're from Discovery, I believe, Kay. They're called Baul. They're extremely good in gameplay, which is why I use them. I suppose I should explain it. The way it works in gameplay is each one you summon just acts as a turret. However, they link up. You see how they're connected there? Linking them up makes them substantially stronger. You can link up to 3 at a time. 3 Baul obelisks can do absolutely insane damage. I think in terms of raw DPS output, those obelisks do more DPS than everything else I do combined. It might not be combined, but it's definitely more than
Once we return
anything
to
else
the
I
upper
do.
levels, we will be able to beam up and leave this place. Are you ready to return?
Almost. Let me look up the name of this episode. For no reason, really. Doomed to Repeat. A very apt name for this episode. Hi, Evo.
Glad you could join us. As you can see, the situation here has become rather combustible. The Hur'q I recognize, of course, but our other opponents remain a mystery. Some new type of Dominion attack craft, perhaps?
Not new, old. Like, really old. They're Fakiri.
Fakiri? The monsters from stories that keep naughty Klingon children in line? I'm intrigued. Be sure to fill me in once we've managed to get out of the skirmish intact.
It's a date.
I remember Mr. Worf mentioning the Fakiri once. I'm beginning to see why they concerned him.
Honestly, no, they're low-tier trash. Yes, I know what's coming up. I stand by that statement. So no, Darth Tyron, it's more like you can just...
Fury ships are tough for ancient relics.
If you summon a 4th one, the 1st one goes away. That's how it works. Oh, Garrick's enjoying the hell out of himself. Which is funny, you'd think that would mean he's not taking the situation seriously, but no, that's not how that is. He knows how serious this situation is, and he is giving it his full attention. He just happens to be enjoying himself while he's doing it. To put this into very simplistic terms, he's like Bob from the Incredibles. Does he want the world to be in danger? Not really. But does he enjoy saving the world from danger? Abso-frickin-lutely. So yeah, this kind of situation, this is his wheelhouse. I'm sure it'll be fine, Trihexia. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. There won't be a civil war or anything.
Reading a massive Hur'q fleet dropping out of warp.
Okay. Yeah, that's pretty big.
Just as the Fakiri are warping out.
Looks like the Fakiri are pursuing the better part of valor. Can't say I blame them. There's a lot of Hur'q out there.
The Hur'q seem to be distracted. There's something about the station that's holding their attention. We might be able to take advantage of this.
Are you suggesting we attack? While it's true we have the advantage, for now, I don't think we'll hold it for long once we start blowing them apart. We have what we came for. If the Hur'q want to gnaw on an asteroid while we make a hasty exit, I believe we should let them enjoy their meal in peace.
Unfortunately, agreed.
Very well, we'll deal with the Hur'q later. For now, let's get back so we can analyze the research data we found here. Whenever you're ready.
Now's good. We need to go help Odo save a system from a Hur'q attack. We're gonna do Swarm right after this. So if you're already on Nukara, awesome! If you're not, well, sucks.
The Founders never disappoint, do they? Learning their role in the creation of Klingon mythology was alarming, to say the least. I can't help but wonder what other secrets we'll learn once those ancient data files are restored. I'm afraid I have bad news to share. I reviewed your encounter with that peaceful Hur'q, and my universal translator analysis is clear. It was trying to communicate. It was asking for help. One thing is certain. The Founders won't forget our act of defiance. We should all be on guard from now on. Our uneasy peace with the Dominion could unravel all too soon.
Yep. Let me go to Drazana. Hey, it does not. Alright, so. Remember that brief period of time when you had to spend, what were they called? You had tokens that you could purchase in order to transwarp instead of just having the transwarp button. Effectively, you had to pay each time you fast traveled, to put it into simplistic terms. Yeah, the transwarp coils. I hated that. I hated that crap. I think I do too, Chunk Garage. I think it's in my bank. Yeah, I've got an Odyssey, so I also just kind of slipstream around. Or transwarp around, but... Yeah. Nowadays, sorry. I'm saying that wrong. I either transwarped because I was in a hurry because I had the tokens, or I would slipstream around. There we go. Let's construct proper sentences, shall we? Alright, I'm going to challenge myself. Here we go, here we go. Almost missed that. Okay. Oh my god. Well, okay. We'll go ahead and invite these two. Oh, hang on. There's a third. Everyone who's rocking gets in. Doing the feet rock. What's the name of that emote? I probably don't have it. Heel rock. Heel rock. There, I actually do have it. Hang on, let me get in position here. Up, up. Damn it. I'm trying to do precise movement. There we go. What about it, Tiny Hippo? Come on. There we go. Oh god, we're offset now. Oh, I know what you're talking about, Tony. So, that is different, mostly because of the structure and format of it. But whether or not it actually worked or not, that's a good question. However, if we're actually being honest, remember that that twist, I don't know. I would say that was a okay example of the twist. But honestly, if you hadn't done it, I don't think anything would have been lost in it. I need, Who is this? Who are you? Who's Mobar the First? I know you're one of ours, I just don't remember who you are. That's Space Cadet. Okay, we'll grab Space Cadet for this one then. So, Swarm. I've done a lot of Swarm. It's pretty much the place to fight Space Hur'q, unless you're doing Home, which, speaking of which, at some point, I'm going to need to abandon Home here, so I'm just going to do that now. Because, you know. Anyways, Swarm. We all hit our things, but I'm the only one who beeps out. It's weird. Had to go to beautiful Rise to get attacked by a jellyfish. Alright.
The Hur'q are about to overrun this planet, and time is a factor. Several Jem'Hadar ships have been disabled by the Hur'q. Give them a power boost to bring them back online. Be wary. Hur'q scouts are searching the system for easy prey. Work quickly. The main Hur'q force will be here soon.
It might be, Justin. We might be able to squeeze one more episode in. I'd like to, because, you know, I got work to do. Although the next episode is Quark's Lucky 7. That's not only a long mission, But we need to not be rushing that one, and we need to do that when I'm fresh and not at the end of a 10-hour shift. So yeah, this will be the last thing we do today. Tomorrow at 9 a.m. Eastern Standard Time, we will go ahead and do Quark's Lucky 7. If you don't know what that means, I advise you to be there for it. It's an awesome mission. Oh, right, there might be maintenance tomorrow. Shoot. Did anyone confirm deny while I'm doing this? Is there any information on maintenance tomorrow? Of course, I hate to lose even more time. That frickin' maintenance has been killing me. I've already lost like 6 hours of streaming time to that frickin' maintenance. Yeah, I know. It should exist, blah, blah, blah. It's still irritating. Not at all, Ross. But, on the plus side, I've only got 2 more appointments, and possibly another appointment after those 2. I mean, I could try to do it today, but what I'd have to do is effectively, like... Hang on. Let me check things. Good night, Tiny Hippo. Get some good rest. Stay cool. Let's see what's going on tonight. Okay, so hang on. I might be able to pull a long night if we want to do it tonight.
Well done. The Jem'Hadar will help you deal with the Hur'q. You'll want to bring the defense satellites back online now. They'll make a difference when the main force arrives.
What have we done so far? Or how have we done so far? Oh, that's the points. Okay. So, yeah, alright, here's what we're going to do. Because I just found out that my schedule for night is changed. I literally just found that out. We're going to go ahead and pull a slightly longer shift, and we're going to go ahead and do Quark's Lucky 7 tonight. So stay here.
The satellite is back online. It will launch tractor mines against the Hur'q ships.
Because it's a great mission. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to take a moment, wash my face, wash my hands, like, refresh myself a little bit. So that I'm not, you know, so I don't have sweat pouring into my eyes. Which I hate. And we'll do Quarks today. Yeah, if it's not obvious by chat, Quarks is legit. I anticipate we're going to be shotgunning a few pluses at that one. So there are 2 more episodes in this arc. 3 more episodes in this arc. Hang on. Yes, 3 more. Home is a big one. And then we have this arc. You notice it's extraordinarily small. In fact, it's so small, it's actually it's effectively not an arc. This might as well not be an arc. This arc, however, this is when the bad happens. Except for Measure of Morality, that was actually okay.
Ships are ready. Protect them from the Hur'q as they leave the planet.
And then this nonsense. Oh my god. Just whatever. And yeah, we have to do the Discovery start. We have to do the arc. No, so we left Legion. So let's think about this. What was the temporal arc?
Refugee ships heading down.
I already kind of called this.
Protect them.
But I think
Head to escape route Beta. Protect the refugee ships.
But I think the temporal arc is Warlords. It falls apart hard on the story axis, but they added a lot of gameplay improvements, which allowed for a lot of stuff to be done in the future. So I stand by that comparison. We had Legion, that was the Iconian War. We've had Warlords, that was the temporal conflict. Right now, I would actually say we're in Pandaria. I know what you're thinking, but Pandaria is not as good as Legion. Debatable. But the relevant point is Pandaria is awesome. Pandaria is a fantastic story arc with incredible lore, backstory, deep connection to the setting, wonderful arc crafting, huge character moments, fantastic voice acting, and some of the best individual moments in Warcraft history. Sound familiar? WoW is just a good baseline for MMOs in general. That's why I tend to use WoW as a comparison point. Now, this next expansion... Excuse me, this next arc... I'm not sure what that's going to be. I'm not sure there is a WoW expansion that's bad enough for
Hur'q
that.
ship spotted at escape route Gamma. Get over there.
I was thinking about it, Mike Romano. I guess I could get my Jem'Hadar ship, but I wanted to verify if I could before I did it, because I am not doing that on a crap ship.
Be careful.
Screw crap ships. Crap ships just make everything slower. Look, I love this game, but
protect the refugee ships.
Early game slog has already worn on me from this game. I don't feel like going back to slog, you know what I'm saying? Also true of Late Javal. I love how many buffs that Jem'Hadar ship has, by the way. What are you running to get that many buffs? Oh, I remember, Mike Romano. In fact, if I was to... like, there's a list of TFOs for the Discovery stuff, which includes the Battle at the Binary Stars, the Defense of Starbase 1, the... To Hell with Honor, Peril over Pavo, I think? And I think Pavo Dissension, and I think all of those... Whoops, I'm getting killed. Are holodecks. I think I'm screwing up on one of those, but a lot of the ones I just mentioned are holodeck simulations, which was just stupid.
Refugee ships heading down escape route Alpha. Protect them.
Anyway, skin color for the Trenth. Earthy tones, greens, browns, grays, yellows, deep orange, maybe. I don't remember what the Devourer's skin color is. Yeah, I might actually skip a couple of those because they're redundant, because there was some redundant content during the disco arcs.
We're speeding up the evacuation. All lanes will be utilized now. Hur'q ship spotted at escape route Gamma. Get over there. Head to escape route Beta. Protect the refugee ships.
You just said you were using... Okay, whatever. So, I'm hoping this mission doesn't bug out. If it does, it's not the end of the world, but I've seen this mission bug out more than once, in the exact same manner, no less. So what happens is there's a final step after the refugees' ships escape where it says, kill the remaining Hur'q. All the remaining Hur'q are killed. Mission doesn't acknowledge that. And then you just sit there, waiting for the mission to end forever, or until you leave and take the 30-minute penalty for nothing.
Hur'q ship spotted at escape route Gamma. Get over there.
Yeah, I get why they do the holodeck simulations. I'm not sure I agree with it. To continue the WoW parallel for a second, there's something in World of Warcraft known as the Caverns of Time. It's complicated. Summary: it has to do with time travel and protecting and defending the time waves. So what they tend to use it for is to go back in time to key significant events in Warcraft history to allow the player to play out a mission from
down escape route Alpha. Protect them.
You know, Warcraft 1 or Warcraft 2 or Warcraft 3. Cool. Now, oh my god, stop it, stop it, stop it, stop it, stop it, stop it, stop it. Ugh. Frickin' tractor beams. That's cool. They use it to very good effect, and honestly, some of the best dungeons in that game are in the Caverns of Time. Proviso. There's this one raid. It's called the Battle for Mount Hyjal. It's a holodeck.
Head to escape route Beta. Protect the refugees.
We're arguably not even there in lore. It's literally just running a holodeck simulation of the Battle of Mount Hyjal from Warcraft 3. That's it. It also is worth noting that that raid sucks, but my point is, in general, if you're going to do that kind of complete fan service just there so you could see something from history thing,
Gamma. Get over there.
I'm not as in favor of it as I'm actually going to bother to make this actually be relevant for the game I'm currently playing. Relevance? Well, a lot of the TFOs coming up are literally just, here's the battle from Picard. Here's these two battles from Discovery. That's it. No significance, no relevance, it's just there. That sucks. Definitely won't get any story pluses. Might get some gameplay pluses. We'll see. Might get some gameplay negatives.
Refugee ships heading down escape route Alpha. Protect them.
More gameplay negatives. We need to give this game more negatives. I mean, it clearly needs them. It's just, I'm being too positive about this game.
That's everyone. We did what we could. Hopefully the Hur'q swarm will focus their next strikes on an uninhabited world.
And that's it. That's funny because we didn't even kill all the Hur'q. Oh my god. We didn't even kill all the Hur'q and the mission completed. That is hysterical. So that's it. It is another fairly boring TFO. And you'll notice there's kind of a recurring trend here of TFOs literally just being hold the line, defend the area for a period of time. I would like to posit what is effectively an aggregate negative for multiple TFOs using the same damn format. That one. We've already encountered several of these, and each one of them is just dull at best. We know they can do cooler stuff. There are definitely some cooler TFOs in this game. Acronym screwed up. Yeah, there are also more to come. Like the Defense of Starbase 1, I think. That might be the wrong one. Maybe I'm thinking of Battle of Binary Stars. One of them is one of those. Oh, no, it's Peril over Pavo. That's the one. I feel like Operation Repost is another one of those. But yeah, anyways. So, yeah. Gameplay negative. Yeah, that's the one I'm thinking of. Peril of Pavo is just the defensive Draenor again. Right. So I'm going to take a moment. Gotta take off my gloves now. We're getting serious. We're going to take a brief breather here, and then we're going to be back for Quark's Lucky 7. Back in a minute. Hang on. Now we're ready.
My apologies for the quality of the transmission. I'm contacting you on an encrypted frequency. I'm working on an important covert mission, and I could use your assistance. I can't go into the details over comms, but you should know, if we pull this off, it could change the course of the Hur'q conflict in our favor. Meet with me on Deep Space Nine to go over the details. Come along. I've been asked to keep the details of the mission on a need-to-know basis, and right now, only you and I need to know.
All right. And they're both dead. Sorry for killing you with warp drive. My B. My B. No, it's okay. Remember, I'm a Q, Trathon. Yeah, Ross, you here? Or are you going to miss another great moment in STO history? He's not here. That's what the VODs are for.
No, absolutely not. This is your worst idea yet.
Do I need to remind you of the unwritten rule of acquisition, brother?
Rule 0. What the Nagus wants, we acquire. Why me? Get an eliminator to do it. Get 50. You can afford it.
You have connections with the Klingons. That and you're Rom's second most trusted Ferengi.
What? Who's first? Nog? Pell?
No. Moogie.
But she can't... Okay.
Fine. Send her then.
But brother, you did such a great job of rescuing her before.
I also told your son to shoot me if I ever thought of doing something like that again.
That's right, you did. Well, don't worry, he won't.
That's not what I'm worried about.
We need this, brother. We can't hold off the Hur'q forever.
Alliance forces are spread too thin to help, Quark.
We need the Klingons, brother, otherwise we're doomed.
Insanity! You don't even know where the Iconian fleet is, Rom.
I don't, but Starfleet intelligence monitors all major threats, including the Iconians.
Starfleet isn't in the habit of sharing classified data.
If we can get access to a security console, we can extract the data. We'll need to keep the security officer on duty occupied.
Leave that to me, husband.
Next day. This is 7 days ago now.
All right, leader. The security officer on duty is a creature of habit. Comes in on her break every day without fail. Your job is to keep her occupied so Rom can get what we need from the security console. Do what you need to do. Smile, laugh at her jokes, whatever it takes. Put those feminine wiles of yours to good use.
Feminine wiles? Golly gee willikers, I don't have any of those.
Really, Quark? I'm not here to seduce your customers. You and I both know there's more than one way to work a mark.
Whatever you say, just don't mess it up. She'll be here any minute now.
You worry too much, Quark. I got this.
Okay, she looks adorable doing the heel rock.
Woo! It's your lucky day, officer. You're the 10 millionth customer here at Quark's. Congratulations! You've just won a free drink and a free spin at the Davo table. Quark, why don't you pour the lucky winner a drink? What'll it be, Constable?
Oh, by the way, that's Ro Senna. Yes, that Ro. Or rather, that family line.
Oh, thanks. I'll take an iced Ractigino. I'm on duty. I can't stay too long, but I suppose I have enough time for a spin at the table. Lead the way.
Quark, will you turn that hollow me off, please? It's creeping me out.
This is why I like the Hollow Leader. She doesn't complain as much as the original. There. Happy?
Thank you, Quark.
The free drink will get her to relax.
It's a Ractigino.
And then some Dabo to keep her busy. One loss to remove suspicion.
Oh, looks like my luck's run out. Oh well. Thanks for the drink and the spin. Better get back to my station.
Whoa, whoa, don't be so hasty, friend. The law of averages is on your side here. Trust me. Have another spin on the house. What have you got to lose?
Okay, you've convinced me. One more spin. Why not?
And then a victory to reel her in. Dabo!
Nicely done. Those winnings are coming out of your cut, though.
He's actually... I guess the two kind of take from each other on that.
Good. The guard's distracted. Time to go to work. Overriding this door panel should be child's play. This is the most secret maintenance panel.
Did that.
Chief O'Brien needed me to fix it once.
So, yeah, I used to do this in my sleep. Boop. Easy as grub pie. Grub pie.
Once I'm in, I can install a back door. Then we can access the system from the console at Quark's.
Oh god, I remember this one. We're actually gonna go straight up brute force this. Okay. I think it does, yeah. Anyways, could brute force it, but hang on, I think I actually do have it here. Oh. Nope, hang on, I need to change that one around. Do that. Oh, wow. Okay, fine. In the interest of hurrying. 3351. Boop.
She's heading back, Rom. Get out of there!
Okay.
Relax, everyone. It's done. I'm on my way back.
Do I need to play my own?
Look conspicuous or guilty.
Okay.
I had to show that off.
Can't believe you pulled that off. Being the Nagus hasn't made you go soft between the lobes. Let's figure this out before security gets wise. Use the console behind the bar and find out what you can about the Iconians. Oh, and while you're at it, look for any other useful information in there, too. Some of it could be valuable, you know.
Relax, brother. I'll have these files cracked in no time. Starfleet encryption is good, but it's nothing compared to what we use in the Commerce Authority. That's actually difficult.
We let our children practice their encryption breaking things on the Tal Shiar stuff. Alright, let's see here. Most recent information on the Borg.
Intelligence Officer's Log, Stardate 87961.3.
Oh my god, it's Drake.
Intermittent Borg activity in the quadrant. We've been able to track a Unimatrix vessel, and our countermeasures are keeping its fleet at bay. The recent escalation of the Hur'q conflict is straining the number of resources available for Borg surveillance.
What about the Breen?
Intelligence Officer's Log, Stardate 87983.1. Breen forces continue to harass the Deferi, though hostilities have not intensified as of late. The Breen have made no overtures toward the Dominion since their recent return to the Alpha Quadrant. Looks like the honeymoon might be over at last.
Akiri?
Intelligence Officer's Log, Stardate 88139.9. A large Fakiri fleet has been spotted in transit to the Gamma Quadrant. Analysis of their course suggests they're heading toward the renegade Iconian fleet. Interesting. If the two of them manage to eliminate each other, well, that'll be two less headaches to keep me up at night.
With Hur'q.
Intelligence Officer's Log, Stardate 89001.7. Major Hur'q activity throughout the four quadrants. As expected, Alliance forces are spread thin in attempts to protect critical sites in their own territory, as well as within the Dominion. The Klingons continue to stay out of it, with the exception of a token force of volunteers. Efforts to enlist the full aid of the Empire to date have faltered.
How about the Nakul?
Intelligence Officer's Log, Stardate 87997.9. I can't help but be impressed by the Nakul. Their star is all but dead, their world's an ice ball, and they refuse to leave. They defend that ice ball against all comers, even the Hur'q. Every Nakul big enough to carry a phaser fought, and they actually won. And I thought Tellarites were stubborn.
What are the Terrans up to?
Intelligence Officer's Log, Stardate 88006.2. There have been some recent Terran incursions from the Badlands, but nothing overly organized. As of now, there hasn't been any sight of Admiral Lita since her attack on DS9. Perhaps she has finally given up? One can only hope.
Tell me about the Tholians.
Intelligence Officer's Log, Stardate 89101.1. Tholian web technology has worked well against the Hur'q so far. They ensnared 70% of a Hur'q fleet shortly after it dropped out of warp. The rest of the fight was brief and one-sided. At least Tholian xenophobia is consistent. Our attempts to negotiate for web technology have been completely ignored.
How about the genocidal maniacs?
Intelligence Officer's Log, Stardate 89001.7. Getting a lot of disturbing reports from Zen-kathi space lately. Whispers of corruption in the highest ranks and talks of a coup are in the air on Zen-kath. The Autarch's days might be numbered after his crusade failed. though the arrival of the Hur'q has kept him on the throne. For now.
So there's our only real insight into what's going on with the Zen-kathi other than the genocidal assholes. So, probably don't need to wipe out the Zen-kathi people. Hopefully.
Intelligence Officer's log stardate 88039.8. Taket's fleet is currently in the Phoeban sector, moving through deep space. She's keeping a low profile for the most part, avoiding conflict with both the Dominion and the Hur'q. Anything foolish enough to get in her sights doesn't live long enough to regret it, however. The wreckage of a Gamma pirate flotilla will testify to that.
All right, Rom, a deal is a deal. You found the Iconian, so I guess it's my turn now. Time to put the team together?
1 week later.
That's the job. Confront.
Where's Gala?
Really? He shot the hostage last time. He's not invited.
Brunt, your database skills should help us locate the package.
Always happy to help, Grand Nagus. Retreat.
Still a master of Rule 33. Aren't you, Brunt?
It never hurts to suck up to the boss.
Of course. I presume you'll need my ship again, yes?
Not this time. We'll need a ship that can fight, just in case.
And we'll have it, thanks to our friend here.
Good. Everyone's here. Also, full consortium.
Unbelievable!
The table's rigged. I'm sure of it.
I'd play that, by the way.
Here,
Unlike Dabo.
The cloaking device I acquired from my cousin Gala is working like a charm. Keep an eye on it, though. I'd rather not attract the attention of the Iconians, or the Fakiri, for that matter.
Okay.
Looks like they're busy trying to blow each other to bits out there. Let's use that to our advantage. You see those Iconian sentry probes? They use those to detect cloaked ships, so you'll want to disable them before we move much closer. This cloak is good, but it's not that good.
It's alright, I'm in a cloaked dreadnought.
Getting in's the easy part. We're cloaked and unexpected.
By the way, I love this skybox. I hate to keep gushing up at the skyboxes, but look at that thing. That is gorgeous. That is brilliant, whoever sketched this. And then drew it. And then painted it. And then... They did good work, okay? What do you want from me? They get a raise. Boop. Yeah, the planet with the sun's glare. The gases kind of trailing off the planet and also intersecting with the moons. The wisp going across the stars. Love it. Yeah, the cloaking device is like, hang on. This. You think that's funny? I could get a cloak in my Juggernaut if I wanted to. Which is much bigger than this thing.
That should be enough to get to the flagship undetected.
Well, we can all stop holding our breath now. It worked. If you'll be so kind as to fly us behind that massive Iconian ship, we'll be on our way.
I'm looking forward to this.
So far this is a
Almost
good
there.
mission, right?
Just take it nice and easy.
Nice character moments, fun little variants from the norm. This isn't even a combat mission.
We made it. I can't believe I'm actually going to sneak onto an Iconian flagship and... Oof. Keep the engine running, okay? I have a feeling we're going to need to get out of here in a hurry.
Your shuttle's prepped, Quark. Good luck.
I've never been this close before. Impressive.
I have.
Terrifying is
a few
more
times.
like. This is insane.
Yeah, Iconian ships are still just as terrifying as they always have been. Keep the engine running. What's the alternative? Phaser to the warp core. I mean, if we're being honest, even someone at our level, if we were in a shuttle boarding an Iconian dreadnought, we'd probably a little bit like, not me because I'm a Q, but, you know, most people. I don't know, even as a Q, I probably would. If I can get jitters playing Half-Life 2, I could get jitters going on an Iconian ship.
You're our engineer. Buy it 400 and sell it 5.
It'll be up to you to disable the security systems, son.
Right. I'm familiar with their tech from the war. I won't let you down, Father. Evade.
I love how they've still got the game playing.
First, Nog. We need to lower the local security so Brunt and Lek can do their jobs.
I feel not as giant. I love the fact that they've still got the game in the background as exposition for the mission briefing while we're doing it.
No problem. I memorized the schematics for this vessel on the way here. There are engineering consoles we can use for that nearby. Follow me.
Unfortunately, I don't think I have any music that's really appropriate to this, and nothing's playing in the game, which is weird. Let's zoom in a little bit, so we got a big ship to go through. Why is nothing
Head
playing?
left here, Nog.
I mean, Mission Impossible music would be extremely copy-wronged.
I've studied Iconian systems. I can unlock these doors.
Yeah, I have mission music, but that's different from
We'll
heist
have to
music.
disable security and engineering, though.
If I send in the appropriate signals to the door, I should be able to toggle the door locks. The good news is that my tricorder can get me the signal I need to send. The bad news is the Iconian systems only take trinary input. I think I see how the inputs work, so it shouldn't be too hard.
It is, in fact, extremely hard. Hang on one second. Let's see. What might work for this? Sorry, give me just 1 second. I gotta set the mood. Nah, it's a little too intense. That's a little bit too upbeat. Although it kind of fits for the Ferengi. Oh man, I actually have studied trinary before. About 25 years ago. So that's gonna be... I need 5. So that's gonna be...
Got it. And we're done here.
Oh, Go-Go's theme is a good idea. Hang on. No, 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 no. Wait. Stop. Stop. Ah! I know, just... Really?
Heralds! Don't worry, I can handle them.
Oh, hey, I decided to start playing music. And then it stopped. Oh, hey, the music started up again. Okay, I'm just gonna chalk that up to a bug, because I remember there being music in this mission.
Head right here.
Hold on, Uncle. Something's coming.
Something we don't want to mess with.
That looks like more than we can handle.
That's because it is.
Let Lek take care of it. He'll probably enjoy it.
Think I can lock the door behind once it's gone.
Great idea. Do that. Quickly!
Whoop.
Got it. And we're done here.
Clark. You're not helping, buddy.
We've made it. This is main engineering. Security's offline. We're good to go.
Can we drop their rear shield for a moment?
From the other console? Why?
You'll see.
What's that, Uncle?
Call it an insurance policy. Lek, how do you feel about Iconian heralds?
Very dangerous. I look forward to shooting some. Sell at 250? Buy at 100.
You'll get your chance, clearing the path for Quark and Nog.
The riskier the road, the greater the profit. I'm in.
Now we play as Lek for a while.
Lek? Brunt? You're on.
You probably don't remember Lek.
FCA. I'm on my way.
And that's okay. Lek is... Well, this is Lek.
Ooh, they fight back. Good.
Yeah, that's Lek right there. Just pretty much in a nutshell.
Magnificent. Truly magnificent. It's looking this way between patrol points. I should be able to sneak up on it if I duck behind the walls.
And yes, those are throwing knives he's throwing. They do a lot of damage. And bypass shields.
I bet I could make that console explode remotely.
Well, best part is they won't die. They'll be really bored.
Not the explosion I was looking for, but it'll do.
Like really bored.
I found the package. The Iconian keeps it on display in what looks like a trophy room. And here I thought they were above such basic behavior. I've analyzed their patrol patterns, Lek. You'll need a clear path for Quark and Nog. I trust you'll keep the guards in that area occupied for a suitable period of time.
Of course.
Testing my skills against Iconians? This is worth more than latinum to me. Don't get your lobes bunched, Brunt. I'll clear the path for the others by any means necessary.
Brunt, FCA. We're here to have a talk about your latest tax reports. I'm afraid there's been a mistake, possibly a discrepancy. We need to have a chat.
Left, and another console.
Let's see what this console does.
What? Still no explosion? Ugh, ridiculous.
I feel bad for Lick. He just wants an explosion. What's a Ferengi gotta do?
If I make some noise, the big one will come to investigate.
Okay, I want my music, though, so...
This isn't work. This is fun.
So, unfortunately, that didn't count as going in combat, so we didn't get the music restarted.
If I overload those conduits, I'm sure it'll make a big explosion.
I mean, surely this time, right?
Doesn't anything blow up around here?
Sorry, this isn't a Starfleet vessel.
The path is clear.
I'm detecting some nearby patrols.
I want to see if I can cause a distraction. Hold on.
I mean, I would too. And it's not like we haven't done time travel interact with Scotty, for God's sakes. I think we can make Shran work, you know? Come on, give me some music. There we go. By the way, other than his throwing knives, he also has a, and I quote, Chronoton micro-torpedo spread. I'll let you think about that as much as you want to.
If I blow up that console, it'll cause a nice distraction. Nog, how do I overload these ridiculous Iconian consoles?
Easy. First you need to... Wait. How are you at trinary conversions?
Never mind. I have a workaround.
I still love it. I knew it was coming, and I still love it.
You'll crack the safe. Once Brunt finds it, that is.
Nice of you to give me the easy job, Rom.
By that point, Lek will have eliminated their guards.
We're talking about Iconians here, Rom.
I'll be with you, Uncle. You'll be fine.
Oh, I feel so much better now.
Yeah, no, that scene, regardless of how many positives the rest of this mission gets, is getting its own positive. That one scene. I love it.
Time for me to earn my share. Watch and learn.
Notice I have almost nothing.
Don't worry, Uncle. I've got your back.
Now this is funny. Check this out. He's got a rigged gambling device. You probably don't remember that, but it's from the episode where they had the quantum device that changed, like, quantum probability. If you'd use it, if you win, it gives you good luck for an hour. If you lose, it gives you bad luck for a minute. And yes, it's the same device. Such a dumb gambling device, too. It's worse than slot machines. You literally just hit it and see if you win. And yeah, that's the Chris Sarandon one. I'm trying to take a drink here, Quark. I don't think so, Ross. And we never will. Ever.
You know, you were supposed to shoot me if I got pulled into another one of these.
I thought you meant rescue operations. I can shoot you later if you'd like.
No, it just wouldn't be the same.
I suppose that's true, Alchemist. It's just, like, there's a gradient there, you know what I mean? And that's just really bad. Nog, you want to help your old uncle out here? Please? I like to think that this is actually how Quark fights, by the way. He's just like, gotta dodge. Gotta dodge. Okay. Oh, he can't, oh my god, he literally can't dodge roll. He can't dodge roll. Oops, I'm going the wrong way. We have not yet had a banter positive, for we have not yet had cause to have one. I love that he can't dodge roll. So far I'm thinking at least 4 positives for this mission. 1 on the gameplay axis, for obvious reasons. 1 for banter, 1 for the scene, 1 for the mission. That might go up. This is a great mission.
Huh. I'm impressed!
That's one word for it.
Yes, Quark is definitely in my top 5 DS9 characters. I'm not sure past that. I'd have to think about that.
He left some guarding the trophy room.
It's okay, Uncle. We can handle them.
The only thing I don't like about this mission is the bug we're having that I've never had before, where the music just doesn't play sometimes.
All right, Nog, let's find the package. It has to be in one of the display cases around the room.
So let's see. What do we got around here? Hang on. I'm gonna actually switch glasses briefly. It's actually extraordinarily hard to see in here with that. I want to make sure I get the right thing last. So.
Amazing! That's a singularity! Taket must have taken it from a Romulan warbird. You could say it was the heart of that ship. Must have been a memorable opponent for her to keep that on display like this.
Yeah, she just keeps a black hole as a trophy.
Looks like a secure treasure box. I wonder what's inside. It could be practically anything. Leave it to an Iconian to lock up a box of valuables and hoard it away.
Well, not everyone is as good at opening locks as you, Uncle. Most people would need the appropriate key.
Wah wah.
Is that part of an Iconian? Why would Taket keep a severed body part? That's insane.
Taket lost her arm when she fought Kahless during the war. She's keeping it as a trophy or maybe a reminder of one of her few failures. I knew she was intense, but this is pretty ridiculous.
Yeah, she kept her own arm as a trophy of her battle with Kahless.
That's a lot of latinum. Impressive. I could buy a Starliner with that and have enough left to buy a condo on Ryza. Probably not beachfront, but it'd be nice. It's FCA graded, too. She must have gotten it from a Ferengi. Oh, tough break. Seems only fitting that we acquire it. Fine. Mind on the mission. Stop looking at me like that.
I mean, that's a big chunk of latinum.
Ah, I've seen these statues on New Romulus. They were made by the Daewons, a servitor race of the Iconians. Not sure why Taket would keep one of these on display. Maybe it's of a sentimental value to her, even if that's possible.
Oh wow, I'm down to 23,000 latinum. Which is a pretty giant chunk, it's just, I'm down to that much.
Seeing these reminds me of the Dominion War. A lot of those were sent back home to loved ones. Starfleet, the Klingons, the Romulans, they all have their different rituals. Even the enemy cared for their dead.
And they say you don't have a heart, Uncle.
It's too bad we don't have enough time to steal these and sell them back to the people who want them. 34th rule of acquisition, Nog. War is good for business.
They're actually weighted, Blade Traval, but what they'll do is they'll lace gold with the latinum, hence gold-pressed latinum. But each bar of latinum actually has an extraordinarily small amount of actually latinum in it. And the bar is just the gold holding it. So there's... I forget what the lowest thing is. And then there's Oh, what's the unit of measure for latinum? It doesn't actually say. I would assume it's the, not slips, the one above that. Just bars, because that's what they usually talk about. But I'm not sure about that. I'm not sure if they ever even clarified.
That's a bottle of prune juice. I'd recognize that color anywhere. Worf constantly demanded I have a bottle on hand at the bar. A warrior's drink, he called it. More like a torture drink. I tried some once. Let's just say that it was not a pleasant digestive experience.
Oh, this is a fun one. Do you see what that is?
Interesting. I read about these at the Academy. Something called NASA sent them out on crewed space probes centuries ago to initiate first contact with alien life. I believe this contains audio files, animal sounds, music, language samples. My Earth history instructor would love to get her hands on this. We should, acquire it if we have the time.
And yeah, that's... I think that's the Voyager plate. But either way, it's one of them, because we sent out a few.
Uncle, that looks like Captain Sisko's baseball. You don't think it's his, do you? I thought Jake took it with him.
Do you remember when Sisko made us play baseball against the Vulcans? Rom wouldn't stop talking about it for weeks. Put a bunch of money into that new Interstellar League, too. Still can't believe he bought a professional team. The Ferenginar Liquidators. They're terrible. Got beat by the Cation Claws by a score of 18-4, and they were cheating!
It is pronounced Cation. Been wondering that for years.
You know, I always told the top brass at the Corps of Engineers that making the party poppers look like weapons was a bad idea. Any officer who uses one of those instead of a real weapon is in for a bad day. I suspect that's how Taket got her hand on one of these balloons. Shame.
This makes more sense if you've done the event where you get a weapon that shoots balloons. It's a weapon that shoots balloons. I don't really know what else to add to that. Moving on. So, there's that thing.
Package located. The Sword of Kahless. Now, we need to retrieve it. I can use this to bring the package from its display globe. I need to use the right frequencies, though. Enter the wrong one, and every alarm around will go off. The frequencies change periodically. Once I start this, I need to get them all, or I'll have to start over.
I can just scan the machine for you. Should be easy enough to get the frequencies.
And leave a report?
You, of all people, should know that Federation tricorders record whatever they scan. Never leave a data trail. We'll do this the Ferengi way. It'll take someone with the lobes for the job. That's me.
Hold on. I hate to interrupt the music, but give me a sec. I gotta think about this for a second. And yeah, now we need to give a negative to gameplay because lockboxes exist. But you've already get no more negatives. I'll take that.
Nicely done, Uncle! We did it! We actually did it! We shouldn't stick around, though. Let's head back to the shuttle before the Iconians figure out what we're up to.
150 Zen is $1.50.
Rule 7. Keep your ears open and your eyes on the mark.
And remember, not even the Iconian would buy lockbox keys. Would you buy a lockbox key? Are you worse than an Iconian? Because I am. I did that a couple days ago just to show off what we could get in them. Hi, Brunt.
That's far enough.
Are you kidding me with this
Well
crap?
done, Quark. You actually managed to pull it off. I suppose I shouldn't be too surprised. You've a talent for larceny, after all. Time, however, is a factor. Hand it over now, or I'll shoot you both and take it from your cold, dead fingers.
You wouldn't dare.
Are you out of your mind? Have you forgotten who Nog and I are related to? No payout is worth what will happen to you if you do this. Wrong. We'll have every Eliminator, Bounty Hunter, and Pirate in the 4 quadrants gunning for you.
How did Lek put it? Oh, yes. The riskier the road, the greater the profit. Wise words indeed. The payout from this job will provide me with more than enough latinum to remove your idiot brother and take my rightful place as the Grand Nagus. I'm willing to give you a sporting chance, however. Hand over the package. You might be able to flee before that very angry Iconian arrives.
Have it your way, Brunt. You're dumber than you look. If you think the crew of our ride won't be suspicious when you come back without us. They'll probably throw you in the brig on general principle. I know I would.
Ah, but I won't be traveling with them, Quark. I've made other travel arrangements. Time's up. Hand it over, or prepare to meet the blessed exchequer. Ha! I'd pay a lot to witness that audit. Might even be worth dying for, just to hear you scream on your way to the vault of eternal destitution.
Okay, take the sword.
Goodbye, Quark. At last, goodbye!
Nog! Now!
A force field? It will not stop me, Ferengi.
Look a little closer. That's a chronoton field. You might make it through, but it's definitely gonna hurt. A lot. Or we can talk like sensible, intelligent people. Your call.
Very well. Speak.
Yeah, that's right. We're talking
Your crimes
to Ket.
You breached my security, damaged my vessel, killed members of my crew, violated my sanctum, and stolen something very precious to me. Each is punishable by death. Tell me, why shouldn't I purge you like the odious vermin you are?
That's where you're wrong. I don't have anything of yours on me. Run a scan if you don't believe me. If anything, I was trying to stop the lunatic that did steal from you. I may be odious vermin, but I'm not stupid. Look, we should be working together to stop our mutual enemy instead of wasting time with this argument.
There will be plenty of time to eliminate each and every one of you filthy creatures. That field of yours will drop eventually, and then you will die. Your cohort will be tracked and ultimately killed. I will have my vengeance on you all soon enough.
You're not entirely wrong, but I think you're going to have a much bigger problem to deal with in the very near future. Any moment now. Remember this? A little something we picked up on Karema. Keep it on your ship and beam it to our location when we give you the signal.
Sure.
What's that, Uncle?
Call it an insurance policy. You might make it through, but it's definitely gonna hurt. A lot. Or we can talk like sensible, intelligent people. Your call.
Explain yourself. Speak while you still can, Ferengi.
They're called Hur'q. Maybe you've heard of them. Real nasty dispositions. Eat everything they come across, and now they've come across your fleet. You Iconians are tough, but you're not invincible. Against the Fakiri and the Hur'q, those are some pretty long odds, Tiket. Here's how this is going to work. You're going to let us go, and in return, I'll disable the device that's bringing every Hur'q in the quadrant here to chew on your ship. We'll go our way, you'll go yours. Otherwise, we'll wait and see what happens first. My field drops, or you and your ship become the main course at the Hur'q buffet.
I agree to your terms. Go! Get out! Leave my ship and disable your wretched device. Know this. You've made an enemy today, Ferengi. I am patient. I will avenge myself. You will pay for your crimes.
Right. Then we have a deal. We'll be on our way then. I'll take care of your Hur'q problem once I've made it to a safe distance. I'd say it's been a pleasure, but we both know that'd be a lie.
I love Quark's running animation. He got his explosion. Lek is so happy.
What are we waiting for? Run! Run!
Yeah, seriously. Nog, let's go.
We're almost there, but we lost the sword. We went through all of this, and for what?
Quark to Modron. Is the package secured?
Margarine here. You'll be happy to know the package is safe and sound. I beamed it to your ship a few minutes ago. I'm afraid Brunt is a little bruised, but these things happen. I'll keep him nice and sedated until we get back to the Alpha Quadrant. And Quark, be sure to let the Nagus know I held up my end of the bargain, won't you?
I'll be sure to let him know, Modron. Quark out. Always have a backup plan, Nog. Especially when dealing with snakes like Brunt. Let's go. And look! The shuttle's right where we left it! Things are looking up for a change! Let's get out of here before Tiket changes her mind.
That's a good question, Kay.
Thanks for sticking around. Now, if you don't mind, let's get back to DS9. There's a very cranky Iconian who's looking for an excuse to kill us all. And I'd rather not give her one. One more, anyway. Thankfully, she'll be busy dealing with the Hur'q. Garrick's little toy works like a charm.
We've got a problem. The cloaking device is acting up. If it goes down, every ship in the system will know we're here. I'll do what I can to keep it running, but we might need to fight our way out of here.
I mean, I can do that. I'm still in the
offline.
Dreadnought.
Terrific. This is what I get for buying it from Gala.
I mean, it was trying to
worry.
hide
I'll be running it again.
Dreadnought.
I just need a couple minutes.
Let's get away from Taket's massive death ship of doom over there. Just as far away as we can here. Whoop, hello.
Where's front?
We found another way back to do this.
I'll take out the swarmers. I feel bad, you know, sticking the Hur'q on Port Taket. And the Fakir. Oh my god, I'm fighting Fakir, Hur'q. Oh jeez. And Iconians at the same time. Let's get some distance. Let's split this up a little bit, shall we?
Those ships are attacking each other as much as they're attacking us.
Yeah, that's how
Just
that
one
works.
more minute. Keep us safe.
Well, ironically, I'm going to summon some Hur'q to help me out here. I've actually used this ability a few times, but now I can tell you what it is. It literally just summons a bunch of Hur'q, and they murder whatever you look at. Just straight up murder whatever you're looking at. It's insane how much damage those things do. See, the AI doesn't really know how to deal with a bunch of things swarming them, so they don't. You get it from the final mission in this very story arc.
Ha! I got the cloak back
What
up!
we'll be doing tomorrow. Oh, let's get out of here. Yeah, it's basically the Nimbus Distress Beacon, but better in every way.
Move out of range. Don't want anyone sensing our warp trail.
Cloak's online again, and we're at a safe distance from the enemy. We can leave as soon as you're ready.
Yeah, there it is. Phased waveform beacon. That's the one.
I don't know about the rest of you, but I was ready to go the minute we warped into this system. And I'm doubly ready to go now. Not to tell you your business, but make it so, please.
Engage.
Clark and Nog told me you did a great job keeping them all safe. Thank you for bringing them back in one piece.
You're welcome.
The 6th rule of acquisition says, never allow family to stand in the way of opportunity. But what can I say? Family means a lot to me.
What happened to Brunt?
Brunt is ambitious, but predictable. We expected him to betray us, and we capitalized on it. Brunt made life difficult for the Nausicans who worked for Madron. That was a painful decision. Ask Dr. Bajor about that if you're interested. Brunt made the mistake of dealing with someone more ambitious than he was. Madron came to me shortly after Brunt made him an offer, and I made Madron a counter-offer he couldn't refuse. I think I just came up with a new rule of acquisition. It's not smart to turn down a deal with the Grand Agus. I'm pretty sure Madron would agree with that.
Now what?
There's something I'm curious about. The Hur'q stole the Sword of Kalis from the Klingons a long time ago, but no one seems to know why. They didn't eat it, so there must be something about it they value, and we Ferengi are all about value. Perhaps the lab's sensors and equipment can tell us more. Maybe it's made of a rare, precious metal.
Yeah, like germanium.
What can I do for you?
How's Brunt doing?
Well, he's got a deep contusion of the auricular lobe and a possible dislocated malleus. Normally, in a Ferengi, either condition could be fatal, but it seems that whoever did this to our friend here knew exactly how to keep the damage just this side of lethal. Luckily for the patient, he'll live. Unluckily, there's only so much modern medicine can do to numb this type of pain. Quark and Rom don't seem too concerned, though.
Ow.
And they'll both pay for their crimes. Ah!
Doctor?
If you say so, Brunt, but the Grand Nagus has other ideas, I'm afraid. And I hear that Ferengi prison is unpleasant.
Yeah, I hear you gotta pay for all your stuff in there. Oh no, that's the United States prison, never mind.
None of the Ferengi were willing to tell me what led to Brunt looking like he went 10 rounds with the Gorn heavyweight champion. Care to enlighten me?
Classified. Sorry.
Based on the scans, that carapace was around for quite a long time before Kahless made a weapon out of it. The blade material is over 4,000 years old, where the story of Kahless is roughly only 1,600 years old. I'm reading traces of multiple radiation types within the blade. Discounting the type that likely came from the Iconians, there are still clear traces of thermobaric and tetrionic radiation. I believe we could cross-reference Alliance and Dominion star charts and easily determine where these traces of radiation originated from.
Oh, late DS9, easily, Ross. No question.
Now, this is interesting. These readings indicate that the Sword of Kahless is made out of biological material with a germanium base. I'll need to run more tests to be certain, but I believe the weapon was fashioned out of a Hur'q carapace. This may explain their interest in it.
Conclusions.
We have a 4,000-year-old weapon made of a Hur'q carapace. My analysis of the radiation within the blade should allow us to narrow down its point of origin. I've had the computer working on that as we speak. Let's have a look. Cross-referencing all known Alliance and Dominion star charts, and voila! There's one system that contains all of the conditions we've isolated. Havas Kul, at the edge of Dominion space. It's possible we've just discovered the location of the Hur'q homeworld. We should forward this information to the appropriate parties at once. This could be the breakthrough we've been looking for.
Sounds impressive and valuable. Rule 21, Quark. Never place friendship above profit.
Unbelievable! I knew Brunt was a snake, but Lek? Guess I should have known better. The bigger the smile, the sharper the knife. And Lek's got plenty of both.
He played us all for fools!
He's a fool if he thinks he can steal from me! I'll have every eliminator, bounty hunter, and pirate in the 4 quadrants gunning for him! No one steals from the Grand Nagus and lives to profit from it!
I love how that's the exact same threat that Quark said he would make earlier. The Klingons are not going to be happy about this.
Considering how angry my father is, the Klingons will be the least of Lek's problems. I haven't seen him this mad since he caught me... Well, we don't need to get into that. Despite everything that's happened, we'll hold up our end of the bargain. I'll be in touch when everything is prepared. And remember, this operation never happened.
Nog, I've done time travel. Repeatedly. A few days later...
Think they bought it?
Completely. As far as they're concerned, the sword has been stolen. You, might want to lay low for a while, though.
Opportunity plus instinct equals profit. Well done, brother.
The Sword of Kahless, as promised.
Once again, the House of Quark delivers. Martok will be pleased.
So will I, Grilka, once the payment clears. Pleasure doing business with you.
And yes, that Grilka. So Martok has the Sword of Kahless. Remember that. That's going to come up later. I realize this was an unconventional mission that didn't go exactly as planned. Still, the data we discovered on the sort of Kayla should be very helpful to the Alliance. We'll need to keep some of the details of the mission classified, so whatever you do, don't mention it to Morn. Well, the whole quadrant will know about it by tomorrow. So if you've been paying attention, I've been kind of typing up some positives as we go. What do you have one last one? Just one. So let's update the HUD, and then I really need to chop off. I'm supposed to be going to bed in about 15 minutes. So we're up to that many story positives. I also need to do this. Whoops. There we go. This many story negatives. This many gameplay positives. And this many gameplay negatives. And that's where the score is right now. That's a damn good mission. It's almost a shame that that's as good of a mission as it is. But it's a damn good mission. What do you want from me? Tomorrow at some point in time. Have they announced the thing yet? The maintenance? They probably haven't. Apparently it was not a visitor's birthday yesterday. Who knew? I mean, we're probably going to have to start late. There's no real ifs, ands, or buts about that. I don't say anything about it. Whatever. If there's a maintenance, then there's a maintenance. If there's not, there's not. Either way, I will see you at some point tomorrow. Oh, hang on.